Last time on Madness Calls It Forth. Hurtling toward them at dangerous speed, the team's next case slammed into the side of the Rondo's diner along with the first victim, David Wynn. Busy at work, Ami Ortellia had a vision of the accident from across town, just as Father John and Lexi Wojciechowski experienced the crash firsthand. Celine Caliburn, coincidentally nearby, joined the others to investigate the shattered glass windscreen and the mysterious dead man inside. Soon, the team found themselves deep in a mysterious case of 3 rifts. David, Kimberly, and Ellie, caught in a devious game of cat and mouse that ended each of their lives. Devised by the distraught Maximilian Drake, Rift of Hephaestus, a man who hated his own mystical powers so deeply, he sought to bring misery to others like him. Celine, who thought answers to her powers were within reach, almost became the next victim of Drake's plans. But with determination and care, the team quickly dismantled the illusions which brought them face to face with the mechanical mastermind. Father John, tapping into power that he evidently could not control, destroyed Drake, his minions, and nearly ended the lives of his dearest friends. It has been about a month since the events at Lemnos Carnival, and we see Father John preparing for a sermon in Miller's Square, St. Michael Parish. The bathroom mirror is dewy, with the late autumn chill, foreshadowing a chilly winter approaching, and the priest is adjusting his clerical collar. He pushes a wisp of hair back into place and exits the bathroom. We see Martha Ellis, hair dyed black to hide her distinctive red locks, donning robes for the regular Sunday service. She can tell that John is harboring some dark thoughts, fear and regret, but says nothing. We hear the church choir finishing one of their songs, and the scene focuses on Father John addressing his congregation.
Today, I hope you would all indulge me as I read a quote from what I consider to be, in my opinion, a good and well-known book. Chapter 1, Paragraph 1, Book 2. The story so far. In the beginning, the universe was created. This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regarded as a bad move. Book 2, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series, the restaurant at the end of the universe. It can be quite easy to assume that the whole of the universe is against you, especially on our worst days. Bad luck, mistakes made, poor timing, wrong place at the wrong time. Mondays. For the first thing I want to talk about is that one must understand and practice patience, for it is a virtue. The patience of a saint, the patience of Job. For there was a man who truly had much against him and much to be patient for. We all, of course, know how the story and his role to play in that story goes. Struck down with the worst of the worst, yet he continued to hold out hope that good things would come. He held strong to his faith, even when his world was falling all around him. His family torn away and his life put through hell. He was patient, for patience is a virtue. Of course, it's important to know that the story of Job does hold many lessons to be learned. That is the purpose of stories, to learn what characters and situations would do, how they feel, what they think, how they tick, tick, tick. Which is why I also prose that there is another thing to take away from the story. A big one of the big ones. Pride. Now, this is not a lesson learned from Job, for Job is a man, fallible and prone to mistakes. But forget not whose image Job, and indeed all of us, are created. For indeed, it is not from Job that we should learn the lessons of pride, but indeed from our Father. For when provoked, it was he who, when the serpent comes, boasts about the goodness of Job, and in turn is so confident in his own abilities and powers and how his followers see him, that our Father agrees to the challenge and allows Satan to torment Job. Something that not just affects Job's life, but also that of Job's wife, Job's children, who do not live to see the eventual happy outcome. Job plays his part in the story just as the story requires, but all while unaware that his torment is due to a prideful bet. Proverbs 16:18, pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before the fall. Pride is not just a sin of the self, for your pride in yourself can cost others as well as yourself. Some will pay the ultimate price because you were too proud to hold back. But also pride in yourself can also rot you from the inside, being too proud to let your own struggles show, being too proud to show weakness, being too proud to ask for help. I say this because I too have learned the lesson of pride. Many years ago, I lost some people very close to me. People I loved with all my heart. But I was always too proud to show weakness, to ask for help. I threw myself into my work, into my calling. Focused on helping others more than helping myself. Focused on trying to do good for others more than do anything good for my own well-being. Just waiting patiently for better things to come, as Job was. But today I say, I refuse to be a character in a story. I refuse to play my part as it is written, and today say that should there be a book of my life, I start today writing my own story and pen the next chapter myself. So today I put away pride and I admit I need help, and I am taking steps to seek help. So it is with that admission that I am announcing that I will be taking a short sabbatical, effective immediately. And Pastor Gregory has agreed to take over my duties at the church in my absence until I return. And I do hope to return soon, but should you wish to be saddened at this revelation, I ask instead to be empowered by it. Take up your own story in your own hands. Take power in having a choice in your decisions, and be the one to dictate the changes you wish to see in your life. And above all, do what you can to make sure you have a happy ending. With that, I thank you all for allowing me to be here for you, and thank you all for being here for me. I now will turn the remaining time over to Pastor Gregory, who would like to say a few words as well. Pastor Gregory?
Father John shakes hands with Gregory before giving a heart-filled wave to his congregation. He moves to his office, not hearing the applause from the people in the pews, nor hearing the words spoken from the pulpit that once was his. Instead, he sits at his desk to write some final memos, sadness washing over him. We see him through the reflection in the stained glass window behind him as he looks up at the clock. The only sound he hears is the tick, 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 tick. As it does, the camera follows as a thick crack in the glass slowly inches its ways from the corner of the pane and splits John's reflection in two as the screen fades to black.
Great times are changing. This is the end of everything, but it's hard to say goodbye.
Good evening and welcome to TPK Roleplay for the third episode of our Knights of Paynetown campaign, Madness Calls It Forth. Before we begin, this is a content warning. Knights of Paynetown is a dark, Noir-style campaign written by Son of Oak Studio and deals with issues like violence, emotional trauma, death, suicide, among other disturbing themes. This particular episode has potential for child endangerment and mental health crisis warnings. Please know that those of us around the virtual table have given our consent to explore these topics together as respectfully as we can. But if you, the viewer, should feel uncomfortable at any point, please make sure to step away, get some air, stretch your legs, and check in on us again later. For more information on mental health services available to you, use !get help. Tonight's episode is Broken Glass. Luca, our first episode takes place in the office of Morgana Caliburn. You feel the weight of the room pressing down on you. You avoid this room like the plague. The air is hot and stifles your breath. The light is an eerie yellow that makes you sick to your stomach. You feel like a child again. Memories of your grandmother chastising you as a young girl playing through your head. Just like they do every time she calls you into her office. So tell me, what does Celine's grandmother look like? And what does her office look like? Does she do her business from the comfort of the Caliburn estate? Or does she have an office downtown?
It is from the Caliburn estate. It's a large office. I think at one point it was supposed to be some sort of sitting room, but she has had it converted. One half is old leather, old books, light filtering in, a very classical study, imposing large furniture, large ancient desk, wood that probably belonged to some ancient shipwrecked galleon of some sort. And then the other side of the room is very much like a sitting room where she will sit, have tea, read the news, and have people bring her messages where she can kind of run things while still getting out from behind the desk and sort of stretching her legs. She's a very stern woman. Hair curled and kept off the neck. It went stark white in her 20s, and she has kept it that way. Something that everyone always remarks on. It's actually quite beautiful. And she always has this look as if you have just walked into the room with muddy shoes.
She looks at you from across the room and ushers you in. Come, Celine, come in, sit down.
Celine will come in. She is still holding in her hand a paper that she had. It's a sheet of paper with notes on it that she had an assistant bring to her with Father John's sermon. Dictated, written out on there. She has someone attend each of his services. And she'll just kind of fold that up as she walks in, making sure to straighten her posture and step across the threshold and come in to where her grandmother tells her to sit.
Tell me, how beat up were you after the accident last session?
Fairly beat up. Makeup expertly applied, walking stiffly to show no sign of damage.
Like she can see through all your defenses, your grandmother looks at you and says, "You look horrific. What on earth happened to you?"
There was an accident while I was surveying some possible land.
Well, that's neither here nor there. No, I don't really care. Sit down, please. Actually, in fact, this is about that acquisition information you looked up. It seems you are finally taking an interest in the family business.
Yes, I thought it was time.
Well, it is time. In fact, the Wynn family is not doing so well, let's say. And Teresa Nguyen, bless her heart, is... Well, she's in a pit. She's in a low spot, which means it's perfect for us to acquire her company. And let me tell you, at a pretty penny too. Well, it was cheap. It was very cheap, according to what it should have been a few months ago. I'm very intrigued why you decided to look into them.
I heard rumor that they were struggling a bit. So it seemed like there was perhaps a business opportunity there.
There's hope for you yet, Celine. Now, I must discuss one other thing with you, Celine. This business of yours of getting involved in shady dealings and strange coincidences. You've been in the hospital twice in 2 months. Sure, your charity balls are excellent for the Caliburn family, or at least my accountant tells me so, but whatever it is you're doing, it must stop. Must come to an end. You have wound up making a fuss, and the Caliburn family does not need that at this time.
I shall be more tidy with my affairs.
I certainly hope that you will. Now get out of my way. I have things I need to attend to.
Yes, grandmother.
And with that, you leave the eerie, hot, and stuffy office of your grandmother, Morgana. Now that our prologue is done, we're going to do a quick recap, a downtime, a montage scene of what you all have been doing in the last month since the events at the Lemnos Carnival. I think I want to go to Lexi first. What do you think Lexi has been up to in the last month?
So, one thing that has been kind of going on behind the scenes, Lexi was particularly curious about that private investigator, and she kind of thought one way or the other that would be a good person to go track down. So she has been, quietly working things behind the scenes as soon as she got out of the hospital, looking for any signs or clues that would point her in the direction of this mysterious PI, hoping to kind of confront him and find out more about his power and her own power in doing so.
Okay. How do you think you'd go about that?
I think that we're using a lot of the aspects of Aunt Lexi here. She's talking to people around the neighborhood. This guy had a really distinctive look. And so, you cast a wide enough net, you're going to catch the fish you're looking for. So she's talking to all the other women on her street. She's talking to people who come in the bar. She's maybe even reached out to those police detectives to see if they know of any private investigators operating around here.
Gotcha. I would say that you track down this PI fairly quickly, just using all your contacts. You find his name as PI Holiday. He is, as far as you can tell, just a run-of-the-mill private investigator. Are you going to try to... do you try to address him directly, or do you sneak in while he's gone?
I think that, she tries to address him directly. I think it might be kind of a mix of the two of she shows up in his dark office as he's coming back to it one night.
Gotcha.
And is just sitting there smoking a cigarette with her feet up on his desk in his chair.
Give me 1 second while I bring this back up. Well, that's certainly new. How exactly did you get in?
I tell you the door was unlocked. Would you believe me?
I most certainly wouldn't.
Credit to you as a PI, then. Look, I think you know who I am. I think you've been following me. And I think you've been taking pictures. And I want to know how much you know about me and everything going on in the city lately.
Just how much do you know? Because as far as I know, that contract's over.
Contract's over with them? Or whoever was paying you? There might be new work with me.
Well, I only work where the money is. And I've stopped receiving any money, so I've stopped that particular investigation. I've moved on to other things, you know. The usual.
Wow.
Cheating husbands and petty squabbles. I'll tell you it was interesting, but can't say I know much information about the particular contact.
The photographs that you took. And last time, I forget whether this was in like the narration or if this was in like if we ever got to see one of these photographs. Okay.
Mostly all you probably would remember from last session was you saw flashes and you saw you thought someone was tracking you, but you didn't get a chance to actually see anything.
Could I have gone through his files to see if I find any pictures of us? Because I figured that's what the flashbulb was for.
I assume that's what you did before he got there.
Yeah.
Cool.
And for the sake of rules, I think this is an explore my mythos.
Gotcha.
So whatever I might get out of here, I was expecting it to be kind of a clue.
Gotcha. So explore your mythos. Tell everyone at the table which mystery you explore and how you do it. You've done the latter. What was the former? I think you only have the one, but let's for the sake of the stream, what is your mystery?
Yeah, so for the expression of my mythos descended from Cain, my mystery is how can this violent power do anything but destroy?
Gotcha. And then as an explore your mythos move, you gain one clue with a method and source based on your description. Mark attention to that mystery's theme. Which I believe we discussed before the session. That'll eventually give you an improvement, which is cool. And I will do my best to give you a good clue based on your mystery. You got here early enough to go through all of his records. What you found was, as he said, his dealings with this particular contact ended a week or two ago, depending on how exactly when this was. But he just abruptly stopped doing anything with it. You see a collection of photographs and a little bit of information. So let's see. They have details and photographs, but no analysis of any kind. So you can kind of tell just from looking at it that he was asked to do something kind of vague and didn't quite understand what he was doing. You look at some of these photographs and realize that they're all images that are tainted with a bit of aura that you know is somehow related to the mist. Let's see. So you find like David's profile from David Wynn. It contains pictures of his lavish condo, some antiquities and archaeological artifacts hanging on the walls, and most notably an ancient shield with the Star of David on it. There's a picture of him playing the guitar in some downtown dive, with a note behind it, "When I woke up, he was gone, everyone in the room was asleep. So because you are touched by the mist in some way, touched by your mythos, you realize that these are all photographs of David using his powers in various ways. But looking at the notes of the PI, he doesn't seem to understand what that means. He seems to use the kind of vocabulary of a sleeper, someone who has not been awoken. And so he marks down what he is seeing and what kind of things David was capable of doing, but not in the terms of a rift. So because you are Rift, you can see the powers manifesting. You find you find Pauline's book and find that you can see her lifting full pallets of stuff in a construction site with one hand, and you can see that kind of stuff. But looking and comparing the notes, it's almost like the PI had no idea what was really going on here.
Okay.
And so what I'll say is, the way we've described this, I think, behind the scenes. This is the weird way I'm going to ask you what does this photograph look like. He has several photographs of you, and in them you can see yourself from in a new light. Whenever you are using your powers, it shows up in the photograph itself in a way. So you tell me, what does it look like to a fellow Rift when you are using your powers?
So I think what Lexi sees really clearly for the first time, she knew that whatever was like attached to her and following her was like a feminine power. But now she sees that it's a woman in like ancient armor, chainmail with like a face shrouded by like a very low helmet. It looks vaguely, 13th century Danish. Not that Lexi
Shocking.
would know that just by like a look, right?
Yep.
But she also sees she can't get a really clear picture of like who or what this is. So while she's like looking through it, it's still not the answers that she's looking for about who or what is attached to her.
When Lexi looks at the photographs of herself, does she feel like this is a warrior or a protector?
Oh, that's a really fascinating question. I think...
You don't have to answer it if you don't want to, or if you're not totally sure right now. But I will say that basically you gaining your new improvement will be you realizing that beyond the kind of look of the warrior, you can tell that this kind of aura that you have when you are tapping into your Mythos powers is one of a protector.
Yeah. I think what she sees for the first time is not necessarily like a fighter or a protector per se, but like the answer is that what she's looking at is a trained soldier.
Gotcha.
And with that comes a kind of duality to her.
So at first
and
you would
helps
have
her understand the answer to her question.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily that you have completely answered your mystery, but you are getting closer for sure. And sorry, words in my head. And so you can use your revelations from this moment to give yourself a improvement. Feel free if you have you figured that out yet, or have you still deciding?
I'm going with a new tag. I'm figuring out how to
Incorporate
how
it.
to say it without stepping on anybody else's powers' toes.
So go into the book and look at the theme book based on that their Mythos is based on originally, and you can I would say answer another one of those questions, and that'll give you a good idea of what your new power tag is. Make sense?
Yeah. Yep.
Cool. You'll have plenty of time because I have 2 other players to go through. Unfortunately, Ikaj cannot be with us today. But we are hoping he'll be back soon. What next? Oh, right. Celine, what have you been up to in the last month?
So I went to Ami and was trying to see if we could find anything on this, but I believe our searches came up empty. So I feel like I've just been having everyone in my employ dig through files, real estate files, or various like tax filings with the city, trying to figure out if I can track down this business, this organization, this building, anything about it.
Gotcha.
While obviously still maintaining everything else with the Caliburn Empire.
And what particular move in the montage scene is this? Is this working the case?
Yeah, working the case.
Gotcha. So when you work the case, you tell everyone at the table how you do it and gain 3 clues with your method and source based on the description. Every clue is a question. Feel free to ask me 3 questions. Now that we're properly setting down to like investigate this, I'll have more answers for you.
Okay. Am I able to find out a name associated with any of the filings? Like, what files do I find? Actually, let's start with that.
Okay. You look into Mending the Broken, which is the name and of the organization that several rifts that you've been looking into recently have seemed to been a part of. They've mentioned several members, such as Dr. Selma Payne and Dr. Archibald Tennant. And I assume most recently you have spoken to, hopefully, Ami, and they've mentioned Dr. Drew Langstone. What you find as soon as you start digging a bit harder is, so while the Caliburn estate owns a lot of the, the property in the city, they don't own all of it. And so in some way, somehow, certain parts they have carefully avoided anywhere that you own. However, you find that each of these therapists runs their own therapy out of individual offices all over the city. Trying to think of what other things I could tell you, so give me 1 second. You find as you go through records and taxes and whatnot, subtle connections to 2 other places beyond their individual clinics. One is one that you've basically vaguely heard of, have never obviously visited, but is an important part in the mental health business that is the city. And it is the Municipal Institute for the Criminally Insane. Some of your research has found that people refer to it simply as the asylum, even though it's a very outdated term. You also find connections to the psych department at the Old City University. That is 1 clue. Your second question?
That is 1 clue. Okay.
I mean, I gave you a lot more than I should have, but it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine. Okay, so does this all seem to be, I was going to ask if there's a single name or potentially like a power that I like, not like a power, but like how the Caliburns are a power within the city. More like, is there, but it seems like they're tied with the city itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like on a municipal level. Is that what I am finding?
So what you're finding is that, yes, because of the way they're spread out, there seems to be proponents and members of this organization all over the city. And so some of them work in very private, very elite clinics, and some of them work in group settings in anywhere from the slums to, the downtown area. So I would say, once again, this is a big leap, something to give you, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm not going to tell you much about it because as you try to search for it, you find that you cannot find much information. However, you do find that the name of the woman who runs the Municipal Institute for the Criminally Insane is Dr. Esther Monahan.
Okay.
Question number 3.
So I'm worried that my next question will kind of be redundant because of what you already gave me. So
Go for it anyway.
If that is the case, I will switch to a different question. But my question originally was going to be, when I follow the money, does it lead me anywhere?
That's a great question. Give me 1 second. Let's see. I slowly work through all my notes. I would say I'll give you this. You can tell from following the money that the Municipal Institute for the Criminally Insane, that used to be known simply as the Asylum, was certainly much better off in the past, but as soon as you try to dig deeper than that, records seem to disappear.
Huh. So it's been defunded recently?
Not defunded, but there was certainly an age of... there was an age where it was highly funded and has since gone downhill.
People are paying less attention to it.
Correct.
It's less in the public eye than it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I
think that's it for me.
Excellent. And last but not least, Ami Ortellia, your heart stopped last session, and thankfully you were revived and able to go home. But what have you been up to in the last month?
Well, depending on how much of that month I was in the hospital, was I out of the hospital that whole month?
I would say let's go half and half. You were there for 2 weeks.
Yeah, so post getting out of the hospital, I probably would have, at a minimum, probably sent a text message to Celine and told them like, hey, going to this group session, think it's connected to everything, something very general. But I absolutely would have called the number that on the card that was given to me without telling anybody and made plans to attend the advertised group therapy session that they talked about on the voicemail.
Okay.
That I definitely called, and it definitely exists.
Yeah, if you were here for the starting soon screen, I hope some of you decided to partake. What of the montage moves are you doing?
I was thinking, this is why I was kind of like asking.
It could be several things, so feel free.
Yeah, so I was kind of hoping, this is why I was asking pre-game for explanations on expanding senses.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was thinking I probably would have been giving attention to my like logos, my mythos.
Yes,
Sorry,
I was like your mythos.
backwards.
Yeah.
I would have probably attempted to some degree explore I was struggling with a way to describe it, but like explore what was when the mist showed up in the city,
Mm-hmm.
like what that looked like, who was like that sort of idea. Like obviously I know I was here, but like when did it show up, how did it show up, what did that look like, all of that sort of stuff.
Gotcha.
And then doing as much intel digging as I could based on the information from the card that I was given. So I don't know if Celine shared with Ami any of the things that she found as far as like where things are at and money and all of that stuff, but I definitely would have been looking into the same thing before going to the group session.
Mm-hmm. So you tell me, players, did you meet up before you went to the session, or did you decide to go to the session without letting the others know?
I would have sent a message on whatever City of Mist's version of Signal is.
Signal?
End-to-end encryption.
Yep.
Just because at this point, I feel like Celine is starting to become aware of something is happening, and she would like to start acting a little bit more discreetly.
Gotcha.
Lexi probably would have tried to visit you in the hospital and gotten bounced, and so instead just started parking at your day job whenever she could.
Excuse me. Ami would definitely, I would definitely say that she would be at a minimum, while not wholly like super communicative, considering everything that had happened, would not have just disappeared. She would have like at least made an attempt once she was capable or able to be like, hey, this is what I'm doing, hope y'all are well. And she absolutely would have probably beelined for John to attempt to have some sort of conversation about what the fuck happened in that building, only to find him gone, and she would be probably very upset about it. No, she probably wouldn't probably be, she would be.
So what I'll say is you'll find some notes from John. They're very vague. He says he is leaving for a while. He needs to do some contemplative thinking, and he does not give a forwarding address, but he seems impossible to track down. What I'm going to say is that if you want to explore your mythos, let's see. Give me 1 second, okay?
If you want to explore your mythos, that is the danger zone.
It is kind of for Ami. She has 2 attention in that area right now, so she's like.
Speaking of which,
I
you
think
have
towing a line. So.
You have 2 different Mythos theme books, right?
Correct.
Specifically, which one are you investigating? So just like I did with Lexi, if you explore your Mythos, tell everyone at the table which mystery you explore and how you do it.
So it would be, I currently have something called Expanding Senses.
So that's not a mystery. There are 2 mysteries on your cards that are the questions at the top.
Correct, yeah. What is the riot?
What is the riot? Okay.
Is the question.
Yep. So I said before the call that I wasn't going to play this whole scene out, but I might have to. Okay. So will you mind, you say you went to the group session, and I will give you some clues based on that. But I also do want to do a individual session as a short RP with Ami. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
So we'll say that you went to the group session, found a little information about this group and what they're doing, and then the therapist decided that he felt like you were being a little shy, you weren't talking much, and therefore he wanted to meet with you individually, and requested that suggested that you come back for a one-on-one session with him. So
that checks out. I would have absolutely gone in completely guarded and not interested in divulging too much. So
okay. Knowing that, I will give you one clue based on what you experienced in the group therapy session. So the clue is one question you ask me about what you're trying to investigate.
I'm trying to think. I'm staring very hard at you, trying to decide what I want.
Sorry, I have like 3 different things open, so I have no idea where you're looking.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So Ami wants to know if there's any indication from this group session of, does everybody here, do like all the people there, therapists included, like, does she get the hint, considering she's like the most connected to her mythos?
Mm-hmm.
Does she get the hint from even just the group discussion and everything that's happening that these people are also connected in some like weird supernatural way that she can't pin down?
Gotcha. So, sorry, I'm just going through the TPK show discussions, and y'all are wilding out, and I love it. Which someone should show the Discord link in the chat. It's easier than you think. So when you get there, you realize that this is a group of individuals who are all touched in one way or another, trying their best to deal with the powers they have and don't understand. And these people are some very distraught folks. Not to... So what you're going to do is when you get to the group therapy session, throughout the session, you are going to pick up the story tag, the status, bad feeling 1. So add that. You can add that into your character sheet or onto the Roll20 board. That's going to affect you in the future.
Question: can I remove the tier 3 tag, scalded, and the tier 2 broken arm?
Yes, I would say by now you've mostly healed. Let's reduce broken arm to cast 1. So arm cast 1, because you'll be in some kind of a brace because you're still healing.
And then what was the other one?
And scalded, I think you can reduce that down to 0.
And then the new one was, I'm typing them again. So
the new one is bad feeling 1.
Okie doke.
This is a group of other rifts, is what you find out. And they're all dealing with the way that they've been touched in different ways. You experience that the group session is sharing and a form of mirroring, where the therapist asks questions of each person in the group to help them reflect on what their particular life circumstances have given them. So to answer your question, are they related to the general rift thing, the mist, the mythos? Yes, you get a general vibe that everyone in the room is somehow connected to, or in some way is a rift. And Mending the Broken is there for rifts in need. They are trying their best to help rifts deal with the rifthood better. How that affects your mythos. I would say that because this is a Explore Your Mythos role, not even a role, but you know, you discover that the number of rifts that you thought were around is probably much larger than you thought, and is ingrained in probably every facet of the city. So you can feel free to use that to give yourself attention on that theme. If you have 3 attention on that theme book, you can give yourself an improvement. As I said to Vermin before the stream, you can find that information in the player handbook under, what is it? Attention and improvements. I would go back to the theme book page that you got that theme book from. So they're all labeled. Just go back to that theme book and answer one of the questions to give yourself a new tag, or do one of the other improvements that is listed in the player handbook. We can go over that either during our intermission or after the session if you want, but you've given yourself attention to your mythos. So that is our downtime of what you have been doing in the past month. But I would like to do the very first scene, going to the Mending the Broken private clinic. Give me 1 second.
So now that he's walked away, is this when we talk about all the theories that we have above the table? Just kidding.
Is he getting a wig though, Norman?
But yeah,
my theories. Listen, everything on the overlay is reversed.
Oh shit!
Maybe
Dad's
the
back.
episode is glass. I think it's mirrors.
Okay, sorry. I had to step away. I had an alarm going off. I didn't want you hearing that the entire time. It's probably going off for about 12 minutes now. So our very first scene is going to be at the clinic. Ami, you shudder when you walk into the shrink's office. 2 comfy armchairs facing one another make you visualize clients spilling their guts over a hot beverage. Trauma, betrayal, secrets, unspeakable fantasies. These walls have heard it all. What would you tell the therapist if it were you in that chair? Dark thoughts creep up in the back of your mind, reminding you how you fail, how you come short, all the time and in every way. You feel what all the clients that came before must have felt. broken beyond repair. The difference is you don't talk about it. Maybe some things are better left buried. I'm also going to upgrade your bad feeling 1 status to anxious 2. You see ahead of you Dr. Drew Langstone, the therapist you saw in your group session, and he welcomes you with a smile into his office and says, "Please, you must be Ami. Sit down. Let's talk."
Yep. And she will step through and sit down in the chair that looks like he sits in it.
He nods and sits down in the opposite chair. Naomi, it was very good to see you in our group session the other day, but it seemed you were holding things back. Tell me, how have you been feeling lately?
Well, do you have a feelings chart?
I'm sure I could find one. Do you need one?
Yeah, it's just a little bit hard to pin down. I would say I feel pretty okay. Maybe a little anxious being here, right? Therapy's weird.
Understandably so. Hopefully we can break through that. He's gonna turn around and grab from one of the bookcases the chart you were referring to, a feelings chart with a bunch of numbers and different descriptions of how you're feeling.
Yeah.
Feel free to refer to this at any time if you need it.
Yeah, I'll point at. So I'm thinking of those like Mr. Yuck faces, the ones that are like smiley faces on a scale of 1 to 10. How do you feel?
Yep.
And I'll point to about mid-range, like a true neutral, mid-range, flat affect.
That's very interesting. Do you think you might be suppressing your feelings on anything right now? Things you don't want to think about?
I don't know that it's suppressing as it is, I would say maybe hesitant. It seems that when my friends and I get a few steps ahead, we get knocked back a few. So I'm hesitant to share much of anything with anyone.
And where do you think this need to know comes from, do you think? Ami, please take the status Self-Doubt 2, which will actually bring your anxious status up to Despaired 3.
Sure, this is great. That was Chrissy, not Ami.
Am I being a good therapist? Am I being a good evil therapist?
Absolutely.
So he just asked you, where does this need to know come from, do you think?
Well, I mean, to be fair, you probably know who my family is. They don't take kindly when people don't do what they need to be doing, so here I am, I guess.
And what brought you in finally?
Oh, I was given a card, and then you told me to come here, so I mostly do what I need to do, because I need my rent to be paid.
Understood. So you do what you need, and you might be just scraping by. I'm not ascribing any feelings to you specifically, just trying to get at the root of the issue. let's speak a little more openly. You came to Mending the Broken, which means you're one of the touched individuals that inhabit the city. How do you feel when you access that part of you?
Depends on what you mean, and it depends on context, I guess. I've had a handful of situations recently where it has been pretty handy and pretty helpful. So it's not all bad all the time, but I've had some negative experiences with other people that are what you keep referring to as touched.
Interesting. And do you find that you found any negative moments when you use your powers in a way?
Not yet. I would assume that there's probably always a bad to a good, yin and yang, dark and light, etc., Doc.
I feel like I understand, yes. It seems that there is always something to doubt, something to consider, something that makes you vulnerable. Do you feel that way, Ami?
Vulnerable? Or something else? Because if vulnerable is a feeling, it's not currently what I'm experiencing, but I have.
I see. Is there anything else in your life that may have brought you in? You said you got a card. Was there a reason that this person decided that you needed assistance?
Yeah. I mean, I had just had a pretty bad accident, and she'll kind of like motion to the arm in a sling. And probably light remnants of whatever scalding happened.
I understand. Tell me, Ami, do you feel like you are in control?
Of what exactly? Of me or of?
Of your life, of your nature.
Not of my life. That's my parents. My parents are directly in control of everything in my life.
Do you feel out of control of your life?
I mean, that might be a better way to put it, in a sense of I don't have much say, but I feel pretty in control of this part of me that is touched.
Interesting.
Or at least I feel connected to it.
What does it feel like when you're connected to it?
I mean, I suppose, what does it feel like kind of when anybody feels different or special? I mean, looking at someone like you, right? When you go through all that schooling, you learn all the things. I mean, you know you have a talent, you know you have a skill set, you know you're capable. There's a sense of accomplishment there. I mean, do you feel accomplished with your skills sometimes?
I feel like the work that we do here at Mending the Broken is helping quite a lot of people. But this isn't about me. Please, continue. And we'll cut the scene there, but because this is, I want to, I want you to get some information out of this. Unless you want to feel free to talk out of character about how you're feeling. Would you please roll to investigate for me?
Sure.
Because we'll use this session as a way to investigate Mending the Broken a little bit.
So investigate comes up as what on for our rolls? Where is it? Because is it a core move? Is that where
So one of the core moves is investigate. And
I don't have that. I have make a I don't want to list them.
Hold
I
on.
don't have investigate.
Let's check.
Please.
Maybe I'm thinking of something else. So if you go to your character
Finally,
sheet,
some answers?
no, so you're in the wrong section. You need to
Just kidding.
click on core moves, so it's white.
I did. Oh, there it is. I was in cinematic moves.
There you are.
Check.
Yep.
Womp womp.
So feel free to go into your cards and check any power tag that you think would be appropriate for investigating the.
I feel like the overlooked details from our crew theme is good here.
Okay.
Mostly because, like, I would feel like I'd be able to pick up on things a little bit. The sarcastic remarks also count. And I probably do also have a fashionable carry-all bag, but I won't count that one because I don't really know what usefulness that is of mine.
What I am going to do is, so you have the status, I believe it was despaired 3. If you put that on one of your tracking cards as a status, you can press the minus button below it. Or you can just do -3 up on the plus and minus powers table.
So -3.
So you should have 2 power tags, -3.
I want it go to 2.
Did you select the power tags?
Yeah.
I think then you are all set then.
Okay.
If not, we'll just adjust it as needed.
Oh, just kidding. I clicked it twice. Just kidding. Same number both times, so it's fine.
What did you roll?
A 9.
A 9. A 9 is a mixed success. You get clues equal to power. So you actually should have a power of 2. I don't think you select both. I don't think you clicked both of them.
What?
Make sure you clear your power roller on your character sheet before you roll again. Let's see. They must give you. So because you rolled a partial success, I'm going to choose 1. What's up?
If she's invoking 2 tags, her power should be 2, and therefore shouldn't her result be 10?
You are correct. So you actually got a full success.
Thanks, Lexi.
There you go.
You got it, kiddo.
Thanks.
I knew this was going to be a problem. Okay, you get a full success. So you get 2 clues, and you don't get a problem with the roll. Every clue is 1 question. You can ask me about either Mending the Broken or the therapist.
Okay, hang on. I'm writing this.
Actually, I need to grab something. I'll be right back.
Okay, quickly. Talk above the table again. No, I'm just kidding.
Is it a wig this time? Do we finally get to see Proper in a wig?
I want a wig so bad, but I feel like I'm hoping, and I'm just going to get my hopes up. What questions are you thinking?
I don't know. I was going to ask about the therapist's rift.
Yeah, that would be at least like a good direction to, or like where is he generating the self-doubt from? Because if it's his words or if it's just an aura, that's 2 different strategies to confront him if we need to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What's he looking for?
I love that he just gets tiny in the background.
Okay, I could not find what I was looking for, but I will find it elsewhere. So, do you have a question in mind?
Wig.
You got a chance to discuss things.
Yeah. So, Ami is interested in trying to understand if his rift is what is making him exude or making Ami feel this like self-doubt, or if this is like an aura from like the building and space itself.
So one more time, what's the question?
So if this feeling of despair and self-doubt is coming directly from him, like if he's like exuding this onto her, or if it's just the space in and of itself, because homegirl loves her rich. She's like stealing money from rich people, doing all that. She thinks she's like really Robin Hooding the shit out of this, so she's not too mad at it yet. So she's like probably confused why she feels all of these feelings, for sure.
I mean, I don't want to get too meta on you and tell you that you're playing your character wrong, but like the point of the statuses is to affect how you're feeling about your mythos. So what
okay,
else?
well, because that's part of the question.
Yeah.
Is like, is it because that is genuinely how Ami is supposed to be feeling, or is that an effect that's coming from?
We'll say it's both. So, what the therapist is doing during your session is he is mirroring, or trying to mirror, what it is you're expressing, and I'll say because you got a full success, you realize that he's doing it in a way that actively wants you to only feel the darker aspects of your mythos, of your interactions with the mist. And so you get the vibe that it is something coming from the therapist himself. And
Ami is also genuinely experiencing it. Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Because like across the board, Ami up until this point has been, for the most part, thoroughly enjoying her experience. So she, like, if she's experiencing this is new
Gotcha.
for her. Like, this is not like.
So there is a sort of aura across the entire city, and it's a feeling that you probably got when you were first awoken and have tried your best to hide, but feeling like you have this secret and then realizing that there are others like you, but also not understanding what that mythos is about is where these feelings are coming from. And I would say narratively, it's a part of you that you haven't gotten a chance to address. And so he, through his technique and a little bit of a supernatural power, is causing those feelings to come out from you.
Okay.
If you want to eventually do the Beyond the Mist move, and players feel free to do that throughout the session. We don't do it a lot in this game, but it's actually very important. So if you want to do that at some point, feel free to let me know. There is a vibe that this is...
It's exacerbating it.
Yes. He is doing this on purpose.
Yes.
And it is because of his powers. He is pulling feelings you didn't even know you had.
Check. Okay.
So I'm not
That's
saying
my
that
one
like
question.
you suddenly randomly decided you were upset, but like because of your interactions with him, it is what is pulling those feelings from you. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Perfect. That's one question. Do you have a second one?
The second one would be, as I'm sitting there, is there a way for me to kind of take in or observe anything in the room that is indicative of like who is in charge here? Like, not like, I'm trying not to meta this, but like,
No, you're fine.
as a therapist, I'm like, listen, when you walk in, it's important that I tell you who my boss is, and I want to know who this man's boss is. Like, so I'm trying not to think too much like that, but she's trying to get eyes on, like, who is this guy? Like, what books does he have on his bookshelf? Like, what kind of, like, she doesn't know too much about therapy, but, like, what are we seeing? Does he have, like, a riffs for dummies on the shelf or something that I'm, like...
What I'll say is he works alone, so he maybe has a therapist. Sorry, not a therapist. Jesus, he has a secretary but there's no other. He doesn't work in an office of other therapists. He works by himself. So his whole office is filled with books and tools and just various things that he needs in his everyday life. So everything you'd expect in a normal therapist's office. He has lots of case books and studies that you can see stacked up on his desk. You see a few filing cabinets with some of his paperwork that's all been locked up, and a big computer on his desk. I would say the only thing you could hypothetically notice and get real information off of is you see on his calendar as you walk in that he has a meeting for that day, or sorry, not for that day, but for later in the month, in which it says supervision meeting, university. And let's just say 8 p.m.
Check.
So as I said, we're not going to do the entire rest of the session, but that's your investigation for the scene. And then that brings us back to the group. I'd love to do a scene where you all work together. You can discuss things in and out of character, and you let me know where you want to go next.
Hey, where are we meeting at? Like, are we at the bar?
Yeah, let's go to the place with the best Wi-Fi on the east side.
Okay.
Ami cringes. She would definitely have to stop and buy a new laptop because I'm pretty sure the last one, oof is
Yeah.
a way to put it.
It was destroyed in the incident.
Yes.
Gotcha.
It was.
Oh.
I think I used it as like a way to attempt to get to do something with it. I used it as an attempt at a weapon, and it was.
Oh, that's right.
Not a successful attempt.
It's okay, you tried.
I did.
Celine will walk into the mirror, just taking off her. It is not real fur, but a very expensive faux fur coat. And head in, because she's not distasteful. And head into the bar, waiting for the rest of you, having sent out a text that we need to discuss things.
Yeah, Ami will get the text, not respond, because she is still kind of in a funk. That hasn't quite gone away. And will run to her local Mac store, purchase a new airbook too.
Oh Lord, she's a Mac user. God.
We know, but I'm trying to think of like what a hipster nerd would have, and that would be it, right?
Back in the day, it would have been Alienware, right?
She's buying a MacBook, and then she's going to do a rootkit and reinstall Linux. She has her own. She has a specific Linux build.
That makes sense.
Her own thing.
Yeah, that's good.
Is the Linux build called Flickr?
That's it. Yes, 100%.
No relation, but you know. Excellent. You grab your now jailbroken MacBook and reinstall Linux Flickr, and you arrive at the mirror.
Yeah.
There's a callback to last episode that's happening where Lexi is like behind the bar, kind of like when she sees Celine come in, she looks at the bottles of wine that she has in the back and is trying to decide which one to take out.
Do you take a cheap one or a very, very expensive one?
don't think I have a very, very expensive one, but she probably like grits her teeth and grabs
Do you pull out one that we would have had together at some point? Or do you go with the trying to impress?
I love whenever you bring up your backstory.
Also, I'm pretty sure that Ami did give you a bottle of wine or something at some point and be like, you have to try harder than that. Do you remember?
You did. That was like the first episode.
It was like
you were like, okay, well, you got to figure out what bottle of wine you're gonna get, and now
I never gave it to him.
I
thought I had stolen a bottle of wine from the party and was like, you have to try harder than that.
I think nicer. I do remember this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Because that was for me. I snagged it for me.
I have a very leaky brain, so this is totally possible.
Let's say that it did happen.
Absolutely.
It's been 2 months since since the very first session, so there was plenty of time for you to do that.
So Lexi's bringing out I think a nicer bottle of wine that's maybe the same brand as one that we have shared previously.
Celine will note this, and there will just be like the barest hint of an eyebrow raise at the recognition. And then she'll take the glass. Thank you. And is Ami coming, or did we say that Ami was coming, or she's just ignoring? She's just ghosting us.
She is currently ghosting you guys,
okay.
But she will show up. She's just not answering the text message to show up there. So.
I sent out a text, but I do not know if.
Yeah, I think it works because I got it. How long do you wait before you call somebody after you text them? Should we just call right? Let's hang out for a little while. I haven't gotten to catch up with you in just a long time.
I will just set my coat on the back of one of the bar chairs there and sit down next to it. Just kind of leaning forward. It has been a long time.
Yeah.
Are you recovering well? And she'll just kind of indicate the fresh burn marks on Lexi's face.
And she kind of reaches over to touch it. It doesn't hurt, but this was the best they could do. And it feels, I've been burned before, but it's not going away the way the others did.
I will reach out and just kind of lightly touch it. Well, it gives you a very devil-may-care air about you.
I don't think Graham's gonna like it when he sees it.
Has he not seen it?
He's out at college, right? He hasn't been home. He'll probably be back around the winter break. Maybe for Thanksgiving if I'm lucky, but...
You might get an earful then. I recently had a meeting with Morgana, so we've been very loud with our activities lately.
Oh. How's she?
Very much the same.
Have you met Morgana?
I asked, I think, this question earlier in chat, and I think that's kind of balls in Luca's court as far as I'm concerned, because I don't know how secret I am.
I think at one point I would have very much tried to arrange an accidental meeting of where you were at a gala, I had you come to the gala as well, so you could meet. However, it was very much it was very much you met her. She was unimpressed. It was, didn't even realize that I was trying to introduce someone. It was just another person that she immediately like passed on
she
and continued about her stuff.
bump into you into Lexi and get angry?
It was absolutely the kind of situation where like I very nearly spilled something on her and like wildly tried to avoid it. And it was like pre-Mythos.
You still got an earful.
Yeah. And I'm just hopeful that it's not a memory that she holds on to. Hopefully she forgets most of the people that she yells at.
But I mean, you are very much aside from just meeting her kind of the one time, you are very much aware of her and her sometimes over-involvement in my life and decisions surrounding my life.
Yeah. Well, if you ever need a break from all that, my door's open.
A little history repeating. Last time I attempted to seek refuge, stepping through your door, things did not go well.
So
and
right
my
at
grandmother
that,
was definitely upset.
I was gonna say, so right at that moment, Ami probably would have like snuck in quietly and been like, "Are we talking front door or back door? Am I right?" And then just like sat down at the bar next to them with like a bag of whatever the city's equivalent to Taco Bell is.
Celine will kind of choke on her wine, but like she's very practiced at keeping a good facade, so it'll be like a Ami.
Fuck you and welcome.
I went to that group therapy thing. It was a real train wreck. And then I went to
there on your own.
Well, I told you, I sent you that text message. I didn't send a text message, I don't think, about the individual therapy, but that was also garbage. I mean, he's a good therapist, but I feel pretty trash about myself right now, so I'm gonna eat this Taco Bell like I do. Or
I'll be honest, I've never been to therapy,
Oh.
but my understanding is that for the most part, you're not supposed to feel garbage about yourself afterwards.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's garbage necessarily. I think it's more just like
working through things.
You know. Yeah, I'm trying to
You're eating Cactus Shack.
I was gonna say, I do love whenever you're like, whatever the version of it in this city is, I literally do want you to make up the random brand names as they come.
Okay, so Cactus Shack works. I'm writing that down.
This is gonna be important for later on in the series.
As somebody who's I'm not feeling good about myself food is Taco Bell.
Same things. So as she's like, just kind of devouring whatever food she's brought with her, she's like, you can definitely tell that her attitude is shifted, but she's trying real hard to not let it be known, probably, in that same sense of like Celine is like, I think Celine and Ami in the same way are like trained to kind of be able to stuff it down a little bit better than most.
Can I use my bullshit detector ability?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna make you roll for it, but that's definitely you can definitely say that that's what you are realizing.
Ortellia.
Yeah, I was just gonna say she's trying her hardest, but it is, considering it is very difficult. So she's like,
literally have bullshit detector as an ability.
That's so good.
I mean, the power tags are a great way for you to show like what your character can do, even beyond the specific roles. So yeah, if you have bullshit detector, then you can read right through her.
Miss Ortellia, I am concerned that some of the previous characters that we've come across also went to these doctors and were increasingly unstable after said visits. Are you sure you're feeling all right?
No, I guess not. I mean,
A bunch of bottles in the back if you just want to break some stuff. You can just. I got like a burlap sack and a bunch of.
quarters.
What's a good replacement word for Snapple bottles? Got a bunch of Snapple bottles. You can just like
just put a
go to
different
town
letter.
on the alley.
I say, yeah, just put a different letter at the end. It's fine.
I
Baffle.
don't. There you go.
You didn't buy an Apple computer. You bought a Pear computer. Come on.
There we go. Yeah, I don't know that I need that necessarily as much as this is just kind of I don't know. You guys probably get it. Sometimes you like think about what's happening with all of us and why and how it's gone so fucking badly recently. Like, I mean, sure we're doing like a little bit of good here and there, but it's to the point where like Father John had to go, he's gone. I mean, people are dying. I died. I didn't tell him that, but like
I don't think there was a way for him not to know.
yeah, true.
This is a much different attitude than last time I saw you.
Mm-hmm.
I can't help but think that something happened to you when you went and saw this therapist.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, that's part of it is that I definitely get the sense that him and the whole office is, I mean, he's definitely a rift of something. I mean, he's got some powers. He's got some abilities. I just don't know what that looks like or what, or, you know, anything specific. But he asked some really good questions. And they're things I've been thinking about, so.
I would love to change the game here.
Oh, really? What do you want to do?
I want to say, let's go for a quick walk. We'll talk to some of my friends. We'll get you some fresh air. Maybe we'll leave you feeling a little bit better. And so I think I want to check neighborhood support. What is it? Empathetic, keeps me honest. My old friend Sonica, and Streets by the Mirror as I do this.
Is that 5 power tags?
I mean, you can tell me I can't.
If
use
I
some of
can
those
help,
here.
I also have
I'm gonna say
contacts in
let's try to
every
keep
neighborhood.
it. In general, let's try to keep it to 3, but just across the board. But definitely use any of those that you feel is appropriate.
Okay.
Though, if you
we'll
wanted-
go
so-
hit the streets. We'll talk to some neighbors, and I will just be like an empathetic ear.
Luca, if you do want to use one of your help points on, either Ami or on, no, actually it would be on Lexi, wouldn't it? Because Lexi's doing the move. If you want to use your help point on Lexi, you can definitely do that.
I would love to,
Because you can use 3 power tags and then any of your statuses.
Because I have the contacts in every neighborhood, I would love my help to be, I actually know someone that I used to have that lives near here that used to work in one of my clinics where we would serve free lunch to children in a lower income part of the city.
Mm-hmm.
And they make tacos like you wouldn't believe.
So you're gonna basically throw out the Cactus Shack tacos and be like, no.
We're
You
just
need
gonna
something
place that
real.
aside. Let's get you some real.
The first step towards healing is better tacos.
Great. Mark off one of your help points on Lexi, and you can add one story tag. A story tag of oh god, what is it called? Mark story tag 1. But what do you want the story tag to be? Name it anything you want. I get the gist of what it is, but name it whatever you like. If you want to give them a name. It's
Or is
it is
Lex?
no, it is Luca who's naming it.
Check.
I don't know. Personal chef. I have no idea. Rosa's Tacos.
Rosa's Tacos is actually perfect. So let's
Okay.
do that.
So, Chrissy, one of the things I can do with change the game is give or reduce a status. I would love to reduce whichever status you feel is holding you back the worst right now, because I know you've got two different ones. So we could probably get rid of one and then reduce the other by at least one. Or we could get rid of the other one completely because you're at like 3 and 2, right?
Yeah.
So you should have a 3 that was, I believe, despair. But the
2
other
is self-doubt.
So that should have actually no. That what it is whenever you get 2 tags that are stacking that have the same tier, they just become a higher tier of the same tag. So you really only have the despaired 3 and the armcast 1. Sorry if I did not make that clear, but yeah. So if you got like self-doubt 1, you got another self-doubt 1 that becomes like anxious 2. So you were just kind of stacking up on top.
Yeah. So you heard that. So it's just despair 3 and armcast 1.
Cool. I highly doubt you Taco can fix your armcast, but who knows?
I would assume.
I mean, she
fixing
does
the
tamales as well, so
Well, okay. Now that we figured all that out, Lexi, why don't you roll a power 3 with the help tag or help story tag Rosa's Tacos 1 for change the game.
I already rolled my change the game. I got a 13.
Well, damn! Look at you go. You get juice equal to power. So you have a power of 3. You can create a story tag, burn a power tag, give or reduce a status, or scale up the effect, prolong the effects, hide the effect, or any other improvement you and the MC agree on.
I think the thing here is that like we just take care of Ami. Yeah.
Are you
you've
just
got 2 older women who have been each through their own share of life, taking out the younger woman to like all the people that they know in the neighborhood that they maybe have gone to themselves as well in similar hard times. Like, yeah, Ami's getting the treatment. She is being cared for.
It's like the elder queers are taking the baby queer out.
I love it so much. Can I assume we're going to reduce your tier 3 status and get rid of it?
Yeah.
Because that's a 1, 2, 3 power?
Yep.
Perfect.
Get that despair out of here. We're not eating shit tacos.
Ami, you've eaten Rosa's Tacos. They are fucking phenomenal. How does Ami feel after all this?
She probably would at this point feel more vulnerable than even probably before, and would feel a lot better and like less inside of her own head and back into kind of like back in the game sort of.
That's good. It's good. Sorry?
I have a weird thing I would love to ask for, but it's totally up to you whether or not you would want to grant it proper.
Go for it.
This feels like a cool situation to give Ami help on Selene and Lexi.
I like that. Let's do that. Feel free to take a point of help in both Lexi and on Ami. Lexi and on Celine. Why not? Fuck the rules. Who cares? I love it.
It feels right.
It feels
does feel
appropriate. Also, fuck the rules. Can you please all add a point of attention to your group? Your what's it called?
Rogue
Your
investigators.
Your crew theme.
That gives me 3.
I mean, you should all have 3 at that point,
Correct.
which means we're going to improve. We're going to upgrade your crew theme, which
Best crew.
again we can do that after this game because that's a whole other thing.
We got our own tacos.
But it felt appropriate since you are addressing your identity as a crew. No justice, just us. It felt right. So you
Very
can
good.
bring the tension back down to 0, and we will improve that after this session or during the break. Speaking of which, we're going to take a break shortly. However, as you are finishing your tacos and you someone makes a joke and you're laughing, and that's when you notice that the ground beneath you is shaking. Something comes crashing to the ground, and you look around. You find yourselves near the let's see. You find yourselves near the mall, and someone is screaming. People are pouring out of the mall as the whole foundation of the mall starts to shake. We're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, and we'll be back very shortly. Hello and welcome back to TPK Roleplay for Madness Calls It Forth, a Knights of Paynetown campaign on TPK Roleplay. When we last left our adventurers, they had a great bonding moment over tacos and discussing life, and well, then everything fell apart, quite literally. They find themselves at the mall, and quickly, the foundations of the mall are crumbling. Let me bring up my dialogue real quick. A panicked flux of bodies scuttles out of the front doors of the department store, screaming. And do I have... Hold on. I have this. Of course, this is the one thing I didn't... A panicked flux of bodies scuttles out of the front doors of the department store, screaming. Many of them, especially those in the back, are covered with a thick layer of gray-brown mud. As they clear the entrance, you spot a crawling puddle of mud flowing down the aisles inside, knocking over mannequins and clothing racks that sink into the floor like it was quicksand. Over the commotion, you hear the building screech and moan, and notice several cracks along the gable that are slowly expanding. You wonder what could cause such devastation when another scream is heard from inside. What do you do?
I mean, I feel like I'm looking at the ladies and I'm rushing towards whatever is happening here.
Ami is grabbing whatever cleaver they were using to cut up the meat for the weapons because she's never had a weapon and she's going to grab one for the first time in her life rather than using her laptop again. So she's going to snag one of the kitchen knives. So
you lean into the food truck and
Correct.
you grab one of their knives.
I'll give it back, I promise. Or Celine will buy you a nicer, better one. And then just take off after.
Money will take care of it. Bye. Great. Hey, Lexi, what are you doing?
Lexi was like about to eat her second taco, and everybody starts running and screaming. The knife is grabbed, and we just get this moment of like, she puts it on the trash can and kind of like cracks her neck. And starts sprinting to catch up. Is it? You said they were muddy?
Yes.
Coming out of there?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I'm gonna intentionally bump into some people on the way in so that I can get a little damp.
Okay. You slam into them and they fall into the mud and then scramble their way out, trying to escape the flow.
If there's mud on the ground, I just grab some mud. I just sling some mud on myself.
There is a crawling puddle of mud flowing from inside the store out the front door. So you're at like one of the what do they call it? The big one of the big ones on the outside that has some outward facing windows. What is that called?
The indoor outdoor.
The like cornerstones of the mall. Anyway,
the walk-in zone.
The
storefront.
The facade? No.
Never mind. Anyway,
The
anchors.
foyer?
Anchors.
The anchors?
One of the big
What?
anchors of the store. The big ones that are all.
The department stores that are like usually.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can see them from the
Sorry.
outside of the mall, and they have doors that lead directly into the department store. Those are called anchors. Anyway,
That's a boat thing. You're making that up.
I mean,
It's
I could have.
only in this city.
Never mind.
Makes sense.
Anyway, so you have covered yourself in
As we are
this
like
mud.
running, I am going to be yelling to Celine, like, yo, like, don't go too far ahead of us, man. Like, stay near.
If you are trying to cover yourself in mud, I will have you do a roll, and what I'm going to say is you're going to face danger because you are likely to take on a tier 3 stuck in mud status if you try to get into this mud at all. So if you could roll face danger for me using any of the power tags that you feel is appropriate. I assume you have some reason to cover yourself in mud, but we have not gotten there yet.
Yeah, I will probably. I think the ones that make the most sense are probably better in damp conditions because mud is a little bit wet.
Okay.
And calculated. Because I'm choosing to do this. I'm trying to be thoughtful about it. And you said danger?
Yes, face danger.
Yippee-ki-yay. I hit the button. That's a 10.
Hell yes. With a 10, you fend off the effect and take no status at all. Thankfully, you are one with the wet, and you do not get stuck in the mud. You see someone is panicking because they, however, are stuck in the mud.
Yeah, I'll pull a person out of the mud.
Great. Let's see. Do I need to make your roll for that? No, it feels appropriate since you're just face danger. You pull this person out of the mud. They are screaming. They are scared. And
I have like a death grip on them, and before I let them go, I say, "What happened?"
Okay. Let's see. So they have no idea. They're like, I don't know. I was just shopping, and then out of nowhere, from the back of the store, just all of a sudden, I heard a creaking and breaking, and there was this mud everywhere, and suddenly I was trapped. And so, what you pick out from that is that there is something further back in the store that seems to be causing whatever is happening.
Oh,
You good there?
Well, I'll head to the back of the store, but it sounds like Ami wants to do something too.
Ami.
nope.
Okay.
Nope.
I found a thing.
Celine, what do you want to do? I do appreciate that it was Chrissy that found it because that feels appropriate for her character. So, Celine, what do you want to do?
Sorry, I'm looking at the things that you're finding, trying to. Okay. I am just rushing towards, like, into the internal, like, the center of this mall, if people are in distress as I pass them by, I will help them up. However, I am heading towards this mall, and like I just have my bracelet at the ready, not even sure of what I need yet.
Gotcha. You head further into the mall, and let's see. You can just make it out somewhere near the back of the store by one of the like employee only zones. You see a man kneeling in the mud, and it seems that from everywhere around him, the building is collapsing around him.
And he is just sitting there kneeling in the mud? Does he look to be in distress?
Very much so.
Does he... What does his distress appear to be? Is he angry screaming, or is he like, screaming? Like...
He, you know what? I should stop giving you answers without making you roll. I'm going to make you roll to investigate. You can either do it normally or beyond the mist.
Spooky
I would like to
investigate.
Yeah, I would like to look beyond the mist. Can you tell me how to do that?
So you're going to investigate just normally. But is there a... Let me double check if there is a button for that.
Annoyingly, this is one of the ones that's not in the cheat sheet version of the list, and I think it might not be in the character sheet.
I don't think
either.
so. So basically what it is you do the same investigate roll as you normally would, but I believe if someone wants to check this for me, you might roll plus Mythos instead of plus power tags.
Oh, it doesn't let me
Yeah, it's
choose.
plus Mythos instead of plus power tags. That's
Oh,
what I
so
remember.
It does not let me choose when I attempt to roll.
So
with
just
it.
add a +2 or +1 because you have one Mythos.
Okay, then a 9, a 9.
Awesome. And I'm gonna try to find this move real quick because let's see.
Wait, add a 1 on top of that, on top of my roll.
So yeah, your roll, your
Then an
2d6
11.
plus your 1 for your Mythos. Went from a 9 to an 11?
No, it should be a 9 because the result is 4 on both d6s, and then +1 for her Mythos.
Okay, I was right. Okay.
It's here somewhere. Okay, look beyond the mist. When you reach inside to get in touch with your Mythos, you can feel the truth behind things without even knowing how. Play it out like the investigate move, but roll plus Mythos instead. On a hit, you get clues equal to Mythos. So you rolled a 9, you said?
Yes.
On a 7 to 9, you can also they also choose 1. That's me. Your investigation exposes you to danger. Your clues are you get a fuzzy, incomplete, or part true, part false. Or whoever or whatever you are asking the questions can ask one of you in return. Interesting. Let's see. What do I want to do? I think I'll do the obvious one, which is your investigation exposes you to danger. So, you get 1 clue because you have 1 Mythos. How does it look like when you tap into your Mythos power and try to see beyond the mist?
I feel like I'm just like, I've got my bracelet and it is just, without even really me paying attention to it, it has already started to like meld and form into something, almost like sensing that my thoughts are needing it to be something, but knowing that I haven't really chosen a form for it yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I'm just kind of drawing on the energy of that and looking around, and everything kind of almost changes hue for a second.
Okay.
And as I look at him, I am able to like more keenly see what's affecting him.
Great. What hue does it change, by the way?
It's almost like a black and white, but with the the primary colors really bursting against it.
Gotcha. So what you find beyond the mist is a golem. You look at this man you saw from across the room, and he no longer looks like a man. He looks like a golem. In fact, you can see glowing in those primary colors. You can see some words written on his forehead. You can tell that it's Hebrew, and you can tell me whether you know Hebrew. But one thing you do know is that one of the letters is fading from it.
I feel like I would recognize that it's Hebrew, but not actually know Hebrew.
That's fine.
And it's fading from it.
Mm-hmm.
As if he's... So, golems, obviously I know the myth of golems, with the writing and stuff. Would I feel like he is burning up a letter, through use? Or if he is having something taken from him?
I would say what you might know is that it feels like... well, you tell me, what do you, the player, or you, the character, know about golems?
Well, I know that they are made and then given life, order, sentience by inscribing their instruction set on a little scroll of paper and placed into their head and then sealed with some sort of prayer or ritual or something like that, basically awakening them. And while they are awakened, they are still held by that main set of orders.
Yes. So let's say you've had some very intensive European studies classes at some point.
I do have an excellent education, personal tutors, everything like that.
Exactly. And one time when you were younger, you took an interest in the fantastical. You happen to remember this fact and can tell that for whatever reason that it is fading, something has broken within him, and it is showing up in this vision you're getting, which means which in the kind of the mythos of the golem, that means that they are turning back to what they were.
Okay.
If you break the spell, you break the golem.
Right. Okay, in that case, I am going to rush towards him, and I know I'm probably going to get weird and muddy, but I'm going to put both hands on his shoulders and just try and look him in the eyes, and I'm going to say, I need you to focus.
What actually is going to happen is because you got that partial success, I'm going to as you're running towards him, trying to yell things to him, you hear a large splintering crack from the ceiling, and before you get a chance to protect yourself, a chunk of rock smacks into you. You are going to take the the story tag collapse 2, and that'll count against you for any physical things you need to do. I'm sorry.
Collapse.
Story tag is collapse 2. You get... What is this? Hit by debris 2. So, there's a story tag that I'm tracking on my end as the GM, and the building is in collapse 2. So you have struck by debris 2. But you do make it to Ruben.
So I don't have collapse 2, I have hit by debris.
Yes.
Debris. Okay. Debris. Okay.
Related things, but that's what's happening in the scene right now. What do you say when you get there?
Okay, I'm gonna take that debris and like kind of stutter in my steps for a minute because honestly, I'm still not fully recovered, and I do have sore joints as a weakness tag.
Mm-hmm.
And I am just gonna kind of like almost stutter and then like kind of crumple to my knee in front of him. I am just going to put my hands on his shoulders and try and get him to look me in the eyes and just say, "Focus."
He does not look at you.
Yeah.
He looks into the ground, and you can almost see parts of him turning to mud.
I'm gonna try and shake him. I'm gonna say, "Your name. Tell me your name.
What's the point?
Tell me your name. What is your name?"
Reuben.
"Reuben. I'm Celine. Can you be here with me right now? I need you to focus. It's okay."
It's all too much, Celine. I can't.
"Nope, I'm here. It's okay."
Celine. Why? What did they do to me?
"I don't know, but we'll find out together, Reuben."
No. It's too
Reuben,
difficult.
please. "Reuben, please stay with me."
I'm gonna make you play. Let's see. I believe convince someone.
Be. Okay. All right. Convince. Can I use...
When you use your abilities to talk, threaten, or seduce someone into doing something, roll plus power. On a hit, choose the relevant status with tier equal to power. Your target can choose either or take the status. Or...
I would love to use my tough as nails and my glamorous tags on this.
Okay.
A, I'm glamorous, I'm well spoken, but B, I'm tough as nails, so I would like to seem very much like I am the pillar of stability in front of this person.
Gotcha.
11.
Good job. On a 10 plus. Your target can either take the status or change their agenda to include yours, at least for the time being.
Okay.
I imagine we just got a whole bunch of subscription gifts, which thank you to whoever sent those. I appreciate it lots. I'm getting lots of audio notifications. Also, because this is a emotional scene, can someone throw get help in the chat? So, Reuben finally will look up at you, and you can see, even without your powers, he is deeply, deeply depressed. Something has gotten to him to the point that Graham is full-on suicidal.
Graham or Reuben?
Sorry, not Graham, pardon me. Reuben is, I'm looking at the wrong page.
Why are you looking at that page, though, Robert?
Reuben is deeply depressed, and oh my god, how many subscriptions did we just get? Anyway. Okay, this is a lot. So, Reuben is deeply depressed, and you can tell at this point incredibly suicidal. I don't want to make you roll back to back, so I'll say that you also are able to decrease his suicidal status. It was a 4 and it's now a 3. But if you want to decrease it more, you're going to have to change the game in some way. But before we get there, I want to hear what Lexi and Ami are doing. There are still people that are stuck in the mud, and the building is still collapsing around you. Ami, what do you want to do? You got a knife now.
I do have a knife for I'm not sure what reason, but at this point she's tired of being unarmed. So she was following Celine pretty closely. I would say she is probably, I don't know how far behind Lexi is to us or like where everybody is. But she probably would have followed Celine thinking that we were all going to the same destination. Not necessarily like paying attention to everything happening around, going to like kind of like the epicenter of the issue. So she would probably be either within arm's length or earshot at a minimum of where Celine is.
Gotcha. I will say that means that you're watching as she is attempting to talk this guy back, and the building is crumbling around you. You miss a chunk of stone by an inch, and when you step out of the way, you see that there is a man who is stuck underneath one of the shelving units in the department store.
Yeah, so she will utilize some of she's going to attempt to, I guess, face danger.
Well, you tell me what you want to do first, and I'll decide what you want to do.
Check. So she would probably, seeing that somebody was trapped, like look to one of these two for some sort of like, what do I do? Sort of like, who are we helping here? Like, even if like she just shouts out like, what the fuck are we doing, guys? Like holding a knife in her hand, very confused. Like, are we helping people get out of this place, or are we helping this guy who's turning into mud?
We can trust Celine. We'll get these people out of here. We'll keep the building from breaking on them.
And she will drop the knife and yell, "Sorry, Celine, you owe Rosa a new knife," and take off towards the guy who is stuck under the thing and attempt to get him out utilizing, I would say, the perfect spatial awareness tag that she has. And I want to say the like kind of like good catcher as like the idea of she's like able to identify where she needs to like pull certain debris out so that more isn't falling on him.
I'm going to ask that you roll Take the Risk.
Oh, take a risk. Sure. Yeah.
When you perform a daring feat, roll plus power. On a 10 plus, you do it. Somehow. What did you...
9.
You rolled a 9. On a 7-9, things get messy. The MC will offer you a hard bargain or an ugly choice. What I'm going to say is that you struggled to get this guy out from underneath the shelving unit, and if you want to pull him out and let him escape, you are probably going to get stuck in the mud.
Okay. I will do that.
Okay. You're going to get the status Stuck in the Mud 3. And as you pull this man out from underneath this bookcase, it collapses beside him, and he is able to scramble out of the quicksand and out the door. However, that does mean that you sink deeper into the mud. As a note for the players, you've now cleared 2 people, and that means that there is a cleared 2 status or story tag. When it gets to 5, the building will be cleared completely. Lexi, what are you doing?
So, are people going to be able to clear themselves if Lexi is not like physically helping them out of the mud? Like, I had this thought of how she might help.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I want to swat falling debris away from people by hurling other stuff at it.
Interesting. And how are you doing that?
I'm imagining like we're in a mall, right? So I think she probably looks for like trash cans or like racks of clothing that don't have too much clothing on them. And she's finding things to like chuck at any falling debris that's falling near people as she kind of like moves through to help them.
Gotcha. I assume I would say this has definitely changed the game, and you can add or subtract from some of the story tags if need be.
Okay. Cool. This feels calculated, better in damn conditions because it's muddy and death on 2 legs.
Love it.
I will change the game. That's a 10.
Good job. You changed the game. You get juice equal to power, 1-to-1 for a story tag, burn a story tag, or reduce a status. On a 10 plus, you get a minimum of 2 juice, and you can use your juice to choose to scale up the effect, prolong the effect, hide the effect, or anything else we agree on.
I would like to slow down the building's collapse.
Okay.
As a part of this, and I don't know if that means like decreasing the story tag by 1, and then like freeing people from the mud with the rest of the juice. What do you think?
Sure. How do you want to divide it up?
Oh, cat, please stop. I'm
hoping that you can see the story tags on the board this time. Now that I've figured things out, we have a cleared 2 and a collapsed 2 as well.
Can I just like halt the collapse of the building, like by strategically throwing trash?
If that's what you want to do, then go for it. That's
that's what we'll do.
So we'll bring the collapse down to 0 again.
Cool. And then I'm gonna help one person out of the mud near me.
Cool.
To increase cleared by 1.
I love it. So I need to find a way to describe this. How do you think you are able to stop the collapse of the building? By throwing things.
There's a pillar, right?
Okay.
And the pillar has like broken and is like sliding off. And I think what Lexi does is she like grabs a trash can and like spins and hurls it at the pillar, and it slides back up. And then the next thing she does is, you know how like clothing racks have like often they'll have like prongs on the base, because they've got to be stable from a couple different directions. She leans back and just like javelin throws one at the pillar and breaks into the concrete such that it like locks it in place. So the 4 like little legs go into the concrete and keep it from slipping anymore.
Tell me, you've activated some of your Mythos powers to do this. What does it look like to everyone around you? Well, to your team, because everyone else is not going to see it as it is.
The first one, like, there's that warrior that we described early in the episode. She is like shadowing all of my movements. But when like I throw something and it has this incredible force, she follows it, and like as it hits whatever it hits, she dissipates around it, kind of like a missile being flung with whatever I'm throwing.
Very cool. Celine, Let's see how things are going with Ruben. He is still distraught, and you can see that his transformation back into mud has slowed just a bit, but he looks into you with red, raw eyes and tears falling down his cheeks. You can see now that you have spent enough time with him that he seems to be the security guard for the mall, and he holds in his hands a brick-like cell phone, and he kind of just holds it in his lap as he succumbs to his depression. What do you do?
Can I tell anything about the cell phone? Is it on? Like, is there an active call?
Do you take it from him?
I want to just look at it. Just like noticing it, I want to just make sure that it's maybe not making any sound that he can hear.
So
does that make sense?
Okay. I'll lump this into your 10 plus roll for convince to change their agenda to include yours. You look at the phone. It's not making any sound. He is not making a call. However, as you scroll through it, you find the same number over and over again. And the contact connected to that is Dr. Tracy Wong.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna set down the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna look at him. I need you to just be here with me, okay? And I am like just maintaining. I'm holding his eyes with mine.
Mm-hmm.
Ruben, can you tell me about yourself?
Why would anyone care?
Well, the why doesn't so much matter. I'm here asking you right now. So clearly I care. And I need you to tell me.
My name is...
I care, Ruben.
Ruben Stone. I'm a goddamn mall security guard who's got nothing going on with his life. It means nothing. I thought that this was a way forward to be my true self, but I've been here for 12 years, and now, you know what? I'd rather just be dead, Celine.
I don't think that would make things any better. I feel like you're falling to pieces a little bit, but I need you to stay with me. If you're wanting to be more than a mall security guard, that's fine. That's something we can look into. I'm always on the lookout for more security, but right now I just need you to keep talking to me.
As you try to talk him out of this, I want you to roll change the game to see if you can affect his status at all.
Yes, and what tags can I use for I don't think I have anything that I can necessarily use other than just what I've been using.
So what do you have in your power tag you think might be appropriate? You're simply using all your social tags, anything you can do to convince him. It doesn't have to even be things you've said so far. We can say you continue to talk to him, and this is what the role is.
I'm a seasoned negotiator.
Love it.
I mean, as I continue talking to him, I would like to continue to use my tough as nails and my glamorous. So that's like 3 right there if I can.
Let's do that. Why not?
Okay. 12.
That's a
I am going to ask him there's a local little park that every summer has a wonderful farmers market, and it's very much just accepted that everyone attends it as a kid, and it's very magical. And I am just going to look at him. What did you get your face painted? as when you went to the farmer's market. Mine was always unicorn.
Tell me what you are going to do with your change the game move before I answer how he responds.
I want him... I am just trying to get him to focus on things that are himself.
Mm-hmm.
To try and stop the unraveling of his scroll.
So what I think I'll do is, because you have 3 power and it makes sense you're going to try to talk him back, you are going to see as the walls start to dry up. You'll see as the mud seems to dissipate, and quickly the rocking, cracking sound of the building collapsing around you suddenly goes very quiet. And for the first time, you see Ruben let out a sigh. And he takes a second to look down at his hands and then back up at you and just replies, I haven't been since I was so young. I was always a tiger.
It's very good, Ruben.
What's going on, Celine?
Ruben, I think you talked to someone that made you feel a certain way. And it's really affected you. But it's okay, it's nothing we can't undo. It's dark right now. But you stay here with me. Tomorrow's gonna be lighter. Okay?
He's going to look around and try to find his cell phone. And seeing it where you placed it on the ground, he's going to reach out for it.
Ruben, there's no one you need to call right now. Just be here with me.
I really should speak to my therapist. I'm sure she needs to know about this.
Just be here with me, Ruben. Tell me more about the farmer's market. You were always a tiger. Did you ever go and get the little penny candy they had at the one stall?
I always got the licorice because no one else wanted it.
Licorice. No one ever wants it. The little jelly beans, I always pick out all the little black ones. No one ever wants them.
I think because you've talked him into a situation that you've talked him into opening up a bit. He's gonna finally start looking up and realize what happened, and he's gonna look you square in the eyes and say, "Oh, Celine, we need to leave. We need to get out of here."
Yep, you're gonna come with me, and we're just gonna do it carefully because there might be other little tigers and unicorns here in this building. We want to make sure they get out too.
Okay, Celine.
Hey, let's just do this gently.
Lexi and Ami, what are you doing?
Are we helping some tigers and unicorns?
Yeah. I would assume that, if Celine looks like she has that under control, then once the mud started drying up and we were able to move a little bit better, Ami would have just been moving 2 people quickly.
So you each grab one as you're leaving. You move some of the clothing racks, and now that the building is settled for the moment, you quickly escort them outside. Celine, you're able to bring Ruben outside as well, and he squints as he encounters the bright, hot sun outside, and just looks back at you and says, "Thank you, Celine. I don't know what I'd do without you."
Wasn't lying about that security position either. You just stay calm, and we can see about making things a little brighter.
You know, I think I thought that Dr. Wong was there to support me, was there to assist me to. He looks at you holding Excalibur, or the shiny bracelet, and you feel like he can tell that there is something special about it. And he looks at you and says, I thought she was there to help me manage my, well, what I am. But something tells me she, in fact, hurt me deeper. In fact, I think she's the one who's dangerous.
I think she is too.
And we'll end that scene there. You are able to get out, clean your wounds. Ami, do you return the knife?
No, Celine definitely gets an invoice for like a really good Japanese kitchen knife from this
To
woman.
be fair, Rosa would receive a beautiful gift set of like the really fancy like marbled steel knives. I forget what they're called, but just beautiful set of knives. Very soon, delivered by courier.
Excellent. Where do you guys plan to go next?
Well, I feel like we need to get Ruben taken care of.
He's taken
Whether
care
that's-
of. Yep.
Okay.
You were able to get him a proper therapist, and you're able to cover his expenses while he's out of a job. And
I would also set him up with a security job. I have so many possible positions for him to fill.
And he is beyond grateful. So what do you guys know so far? Let's discuss that out of character. What do you guys know so far?
We know Wong is fucking with people.
We have Doctor. I have her in my notes as Dr. Drew's a real motherfucker.
Knowing your
Doctor-
notes, I'm sure that's exactly how it's written too.
Actually, it says Dr. Drew is a real piece of work. Therapist, am I right? We have Dr. Drew, Dr. Esther Monahan, and Dr. Wong,
Mm-hmm.
and Dr. Crystal,
And Selma Perrin.
Selma Perrin.
Do
Just
you
the
know who?
last.
And I know Selma Perrin was working with Martha.
Correct.
From my notes in the first thing.
I know that they have supervision at some point this month at the university.
As you're cleaning your
I
face,
know Dr. Drew does.
as you're cleaning your face and washing up after the incident at the mall, Ami, your cell phone rings. It is a calendar notification that you put in there during your meeting. The supervision meeting is tonight.
They have supervision tonight at the university. We could stake it out, but that sounds and seems extremely dangerous. We wouldn't be able to talk. I would suggest like earbuds. Something. So that if they try to talk to any of us at any given point, we don't listen.
I think that would be an excellent idea. However, especially after our experiences with Martha, but what if it is just merely being around them? What if it is something, pheromone based?
Luca, what other information did you find?
Wong, Perrin, the university, the asylum, and I was very busy listening to and not writing much of it down.
Did anyone else?
I wrote Municipal Institute of the Criminally Insane, otherwise known as the Asylum. The psych department ran by Dr. Esther Monahan, and then I wrote a question mark because I wasn't sure if they ran the asylum or the psych department. So I missed that part because I was listening.
They run the asylum.
Okay.
We know that part of their power has to do with mirroring.
Correct.
Also, we don't have to be... It's probably not pheromonal because it looks like from that text message thread, it's just the words are enough. And they can reach us through screens.
So they were text messages on Ruben's phone, not...
They were phone calls.
Phone calls?
They were phone calls?
They were phone calls. Okay.
So it's the hearing words, it seems.
Celine, you can probably assume that he has had actual sessions with Dr. Wong, but yes. He's had other several phone calls with Dr. Wong as well.
So, assumedly, what we're seeing is a group of people with a possible head person. These people are riffs. Or, well, we don't know them as that. Chrissy knows. But, like, Ami's like, these people are just as... They have the same gifts as we have. But they're the one that I saw has to do with mirroring. I don't know what Dr. Wong or Dr. whoever, I don't know what theirs are, but they seem to be gathering all of the people who have these gifts and trying to get them to do damage, do harm. I mean, I'm not sure like what necessarily the outcome is supposed to be.
I could be wrong on this, but we don't know that this is a group of people and not just one person who can, change their face.
Because I'm trying to move this a bit along, because we've been running for a couple hours and I want us to get moving, I am going to give you this, Celine. When you get home from your day at the mall, you find some more information from the people who are investigating Mending the Broken for you. You find that they could not find any more information on Dr. Esther Monahan, that she has worked at the asylum for quite a long time, and she should be well into her 90s, but she is never married, she's never had kids, and she continues to work at the asylum, or at least that's what the records say. You probably could find more information at the... what's it called? The Historical
University.
Society.
The Historical Society. Okay.
The City Historical Society.
So...
Which is in the Old District, along with the university.
And the supervision thing, where is that being held?
University.
All right, I'm going to contact my fellow crew, of course through Signal again, and just say, I do think that we should figure out some sort of ear protection and go to the university. I think we need to figure out what is happening here before more people are harmed.
that text message shows up on Lexi's phone, and
And
the
it will
camera
be signed Celine, like I'm signing an email.
God damn it! The camera like pans back through the car, and you see that like in the back seat, underneath a blanket, are a couple of shotguns, and on the front seat is a pair of earmuffs from the last time we dealt with somebody like this.
Okay. Do you guys meet up or do you meet there?
To be clear, Lexi is already there.
We will meet there.
Yeah, we'll
Are
meet
you
there.
okay, Lexi? Are you meeting there or are you going there alone?
Lexi went there after she found out from Ami that there was supposed to be some kind of meeting tonight. She like asked for a description of who she's supposed to be looking for, and she's been staking it out.
Okay, you see several people in their in professional attire. Some of them with still have their white robes on, not robes, whatever you want to call those. Their white jackets on, and
Lab coats.
lab coats. That's the one. And most of them just kind of look like professionals, and they are ascending the marble steps into the grand halls of the psych department.
we
Lexi
all
will
there?
text the group and be like,
Okay.
people are here. Looks like a gaggle.
Yeah, I would absolutely have my driver drop me off. Just very much. Lexi, comma, where are you? Gosh, Celine.
She's wearing like a long coat, and she says, I'm by the like statue/fountain, but statue and fountain are misspelled.
Okay.
Is there at least one number in the text where it shouldn't be?
No, she's not quite that bad, but there's like you know how on like the old like Nokia phones, like sometimes you would over click the letter and then it would be like the next letter in the alphabet?
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've all arrived at the university together, I assume. How are you approaching this?
So
Are you
we're
trying to
all-
sneak in or are you just walking in the front
I was
door?
just gonna say, Ami would probably hand Celine a pair of her like noise canceling earphones that she uses at night to help her sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And then she would probably have like little earbuds for herself that play like classical music or something. But before putting those in, she would be like, we're gonna need to figure out a way to communicate and a way to sneak in. So that means keeping your cell phone on and answering it.
Yes, of course, Celine.
Alexi's going to point. I don't know how well she can see where people go. I don't know if this is one of those like fancy, it's like mostly glass buildings. But if there's any like outdoor windows in roughly the direction that folks were going, that's what she's gonna like point to as a way to get in.
Think of this like very old school university, like Harvard. These are huge stone buildings with towering monolithic columns on the outside, and even every hallway is filled with marble floors and huge dark wood interiors.
Lexi looks for where there's lights on, in the direction she saw anybody go, and looks for a window near there on the ground floor.
If you
Or
were,
a nearby fire escape if we're lucky.
okay, if you are trying to sneak in through the window, I'm gonna ask that you roll sneak around.
Organized crime, eye for detail. Catch overlooked details.
I'm not gonna say the second one you mentioned. Eye for detail doesn't quite make sense here.
Okay, I'll go with 2. Oh no, gotta fix that. I had 5 power, and I was like, that's not right. Organized crime, catching overlooked details. And then I'm sneaking around.
8, a mild success. It got complicated. The MC chooses 1 complication. Interesting. What do I want to say? Here's what I'm going to say. You can get into this window and either enter the building or peek from the outside. However, on the way up, one of the vines gets caught in your earmuffs, and they come off and clatter to the ground.
Okay. I can live with that.
Okay.
So Ami, while is only a barista, definitely has a general studies bachelor's degree. Just like something gen ed that she just did this college thing at the fancy college for the parents. Can she just walk in with her student ID as if she goes to school there, but quietly?
You can walk in. Obviously, there's not a lot of people around, but if you're trying to also kind of sneak around and not be noticed, I'm going to also ask you to roll sneak around for me.
Yeah. I am trying to be as...
You're trying to blend in.
Yeah, correct.
That makes sense.
So...
hey, Celine, I'm going to ask you to do the same thing if you try to do something sneaky.
I'm going to use the spatial awareness again. Kind of just being mindful of how I'm walking, where I'm walking, just hyper vigilant on all of the space around me. And as far as the trying to blend in thing, would my kind of fashionable carry-all bag count? I look like a student, so I'm kind of trying to blend in.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, cool. Cool.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I don't even use my regular moves all that often. Hold on. Let me find them. Why are these things so hard to find? $73. Okay. What I will say is... So obviously you are trying to blend in and you are going to be noticed. Ami, you are trying to sneak by and you make it through the hallway. People aren't noticing you for most of the way there, and you make it to the door when you see the group of doctors. They're all sat around in a table, and as you peek your head in to look, I didn't quite get. Lexi, are you actually entering the room, or are you trying to listen from the outside?
I was trying to sneak into a room, like, either near or adjacent.
Gotcha. So you're not trying to, you don't see them then. Okay. So you don't see Lexi as they are crawling into the room next door. However, as you realize you are next to the room that they are in, someone grabs you from behind and covers your mouth and your nose. They grip you with thick and very strong muscles. And Lexi, by the time you appear in the hallway, Ami is not in the hallway with you.
It's probably fine. It's probably fine.
Ami, you now have a... Let's see, is this tier 3 or tier 5? I assume it's 5.
Those are big tiers.
God, we're still only in depth 1. Yes. No, you get restrained 3. You have been kidnapped, and you are quickly find yourself in a straitjacket. We have not spoken to Celine. What are you doing, Celine?
So, I know everyone is sneaking in, but Celine was very much just walking in. Up the steps and into wherever the signs are pointing to go to this event thing.
So there aren't signs, but you find your way in. There's not a lot of people around. You see someone who you recognize as Dr. Drew Langstone from the descriptions from Ami.
Okay.
And he looks back and forth in the hallway and recognizes that you do not belong there.
Does he seem to recognize me, though?
He does not.
Okay.
But he sees that you are not supposed to be there and says, I'm sorry, ma'am, can I help you?
Can you? And I am just going to pull myself up into full, I own this place kind of attitude.
Mm-hmm.
I am here to overview a set of medical professionals as part of my outreach with clinics. You are?
I'm Dr. Drew Langstone. I have a meeting here,
Yes.
but I do believe the building is closing.
But not to me. I would love if you could show me along. I will be auditing your meeting today.
I'm sorry, but the meeting is strictly confidential.
I am sure you are under that impression. If you could lead the way.
You really think you have the upper hand here, don't you?
Upper hand?
Celine, please take vulnerable
Wait,
one.
but I'm wearing the things. I
If
have
y-
like wax earplugs in.
If you can hear him to have this
Damn it.
conversation, unfortunately you
Shit.
can hear him in some way.
All right. I was hoping it would help. But okay, vulnerable one. Upper hand implies that there even needs to be an upper hand. I am merely moving forward with the authority due to me. If you could please lead the way, as I asked.
Where do you feel this need to understand what we're doing comes from, do you think?
My recognition that it is hurting others.
Please upgrade your vulnerable to anxious 2. Hurting others, you say? Certainly not. And he is going to pull out from his belt a pager. He's going to type a couple numbers in, and he's going to...
Can I attempt to stop him from doing that?
You certainly can.
Can I just put my hand out, like, over the pager as soon as he brings it out? And just... There's no need for that, I think. You and I are able to handle this on our own. Just a conversation between professional adults.
Are you trying to convince him, or are you trying to physically stop him?
I am trying to physically stop him.
Please roll. Let's see. Please roll go toe to toe.
Okay. A 10!
You get to choose two. You manage to achieve your goal. You get them good, inflicting a status with tier equal to power, or you block, dodge, or counter their best attempts at, well, knocking you away.
So as I reach forward and put my hand over the pager, my bracelet is actually going to extend over it into like a spiked gauntlet, and I am just going to crush the pager.
Okay. Real quickly, because this is going to affect some things. Hey, Ami.
You get to do 2, by the way.
Oh, I get to do 2?
You get to
Two
do
things?
two
Proper.
things.
After crushing that, I want to hit, like, raise up my now gauntleted spiked fist and hit him in the windpipe as hard as I can.
Interesting.
I want to, like, damage his larynx.
Not before he tells you where I'm at.
Okay.
I can have him point.
You
That was an owl. I don't know where that owl came from.
you smack him in the neck, and he collapses.
Okay, is there anyone around?
Ami, please roll for me. Go toe to toe. Please make sure you do include as a negative status your restrained 3. Oh, and you also have arm cast 1. That's also a negative status here.
I was muted. Can I utilize any of my tags in an attempt to negate that, or is it across the board?
Okay. So, yes, you're allowed to use any of your power tags you think are appropriate.
Okay. So, I'm gonna keep using that spatial awareness because she's going to, because her arm is casted, whenever that happens, she's going to make sure her predominant arm is on top. She's going to make sure that that is how she is secured.
Okay.
And to cinch a section, not that I've ever had to escape a straitjacket before or anything, but she's also going to attempt to cinch some of the fabric beforehand. So the spatial awareness, she's just trying to create a little bit of chest space.
Gotcha.
While doing this, and then she wants to do that as quickly as possible. So she has the speed.
Mm-hmm. So what are the 3 you're using?
So the super speed and the spatial awareness, and then I was going to use overlook details in the, like, making sure that her one specific arm is in front rather than, you know what I mean, like making sure that her casted arm is in the front part, like making sure that she's just paying attention to how this person is
I'm going to say no, only because that's your crew theme, and so I feel like because you're not with your crew, it's a little harder to do.
Check, okay. Cool.
You got a 4? Oh, Lord. Okay. With that, you are going to you try your best to get out of this straitjacket as you are struggling for control. You feel in your shoulder the hot point of a needle as it as this person injects you with something, and quickly your mind goes blurry. And you're going to take a sedated 4 and pass out. Lexi, you hear a crack and a smack as Celine takes out this doctor.
Okay, am I next? My goal was to be like nearby to the door into the meeting room.
Mm-hmm. So you find yourself in some other classroom space. The lights are off, and you're able to make it out into the hallway. You do wind up right next to where Celine is.
Okay.
And so you watch as this man collapses at your feet.
Yeah, Lexi in her long jacket just kind of gives a thumbs up. Looks down the hall for where there are lights on, wherever this meeting might be.
So you are right outside of the meeting.
Okay, great.
If she shows up, I'm just gonna be like, we need to gag him. Can you help me drag him into this room?
Oh yeah, I'll help her drag the man into the other room, but then immediately once that's done, she like flicks back the coat. She's got a sawed-off shotgun on like a little bit of like elastic under her arm, and she puts it in her hand, cocks it, and then kicks in the door.
Now, do tell me, where did you get this sawed-off shotgun?
From my Guns and Bludgeons tag.
Oh, you do have a guns tag. How exciting.
I do have a Guns and Bludgeons tag.
Okay. You bust the door in on a room full of therapists.
I sure do. They gonna do any sort of mind foo with me?
They all look aghast, and one of them quickly fumbles for their pager.
Don't fucking do it. You know what? While I do that, I'll like level the gun at them. I can make hamburger meat of this room real quick, so y'all should just put your pagers in the middle of the room, please and thank you. Also, your cell phones if you got them.
Okay, convince the room of therapists that what you should do.
Okay.
You're definitely using that Guns and Bludgeons tag.
I 100% am. And I'm also going to use my organized crime tag because I've held up a bank before.
That makes sense.
And I'm terrifyingly calculated here.
Oh, yeah, you definitely are.
Boom. Let's convince these folks. That's a 10. Wow. I don't think I've ever had this much luck with digital dice before.
Well, they raise their hands. They put the pagers in the middle of the room, and they don't say anything.
Their tag that I give all of them, as is my right in the move, is I give them submissive 3.
Unfortunately, you give them submissive 2.
Okay. Sounds good. Now, somebody in this room is going to explain to me why you're picking on rifts and making them want to engage in self-destructive behavior, And nobody, and she kind of waves the sawed-off shotgun around, and nobody is going to turn that on me. Because, remember, and she taps the side of the barrel against her head, things will get messy. Where's Ami?
You do not know.
And that's to Celine.
Oh, sorry.
I am holding the doctor, like, kind of up. I would have slapped him till he was, like, kind of groggily awake. He is gagged. And I am just like, I would have assumed she's with you. As I just, like, kind of come into the room after you, holding this guy up, like, come on.
Can I reach out with the, not the force, with the mist here?
Okay.
Whatever that move is called.
Do you want to investigate beyond the mist?
Yeah, I want to like reach out and see if these people are also, Mythoid rifty friends.
Okay.
So if I just do investigate with one, that makes sense, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is one Mythos. Yep. Mythos. Yep.
Yeah.
There we go. You get to ask me a question.
What on earth? Who's pulling the strings here?
Okay. So you can't see that beyond the mist. However, what you do see will help you. You look around the room, and every one of these therapists has an aura of white, cold mist basically pouring off of them. They look frozen, and because you're peering beyond the mist, you can see each of them has a frozen heart with one long, sharp, and fractured glass shard in each one.
They're being controlled by somebody.
I'm just gonna, like, they're a bunch of, like, mouthpiece puppets?
Could be. They all have something, and she gestures at her chest, embedded in them.
Can you see where it leads?
Who's the person who gave you your powers? You. And I point at the person who looks the mousiest. Like, the least likely to give me any guff.
That's pretty hard because they all seem to be pretty tough. But who you this makes sense actually. Who you point to is a woman with huge blonde hair, and she is immaculately dressed, and she has these bright orange sunglasses on her forehead, and she looks exactly how you expect a life coach to look. And she looks you and tells you, "Oh, powers? No. What do you mean, powers? We use the Mending the Broken technique."
You're going to tell me who taught it to you.
Is my bullshit detector going off there?
So
you're going to tell me who taught it to you and how.
Your bullshit detector is not going off. You can tell that they still are not telling the whole truth, but they are certainly, they certainly don't believe that it's a power.
Lexi, I don't think they are even really aware of what they're dabbling in.
Okay, let's break this down. Amongst you, over the last few months, I think quite a few of you have had patients who have, let's say, had pretty serious breaks and have done some violent and horrible things. And it's because of your technique. Now, whoever taught it to you is trying to hurt people. A lot of people. People like me. I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want more people to get hurt. So you're going to tell me who taught it to you and how, where I can find them, and we'll get this all sorted out.
A sharp-looking woman with very short cropped red hair and low glasses looks at you, wringing her hands, and she says, "Well, Dr. Esther Monahan is the one who introduced the technique to us. It is the prime directive of the Mending the Broken program to help riffs, help them adjust to living with their abilities. But unfortunately, not all of our members are committed to healing, and it is rather unfortunate that some of our members have not been able to control themselves. But we are here to help the touched."
Where's Esther Monahan?
Well, she works at the Municipal Institute for the Criminally Insane.
When's she supposed to get here?
Oh, she doesn't leave.
All right. And I think at this point, Lexi will drop a small brown paper package on the ground. You all are going to... Oh, Celine, you're looking at it. It is absolutely the bag of Cactus Shack that we liberated from Ami earlier. You all are going to stay here and leave one by one over 10 minutes. Or over the next hour, let's say. None of you are going to call the police, or everybody else in this room is going to get, and she taps the Cactus Shack bag with her toe, blown up. Sound good?
Interesting. Give me 1 second while I decide how they would react to that.
Remember, they're submissive too.
They are. Okay. You convinced them, right? Yeah. Earlier
I convinced them, yeah.
No, that's what the submissive 2 was, right? So, they look disgruntled, but they seem they are going to do what you want. Do you sit there and watch them, or do you leave?
No, I leave.
Okay. You both leave the halls of the psych department.
As I leave, I say, say hi to Boris on your way out.
You're just bluffing, right?
Yeah, I'm just bluffing.
Okay. They're all submissive, so they do what you say.
I am still taking this dude with me.
You're taking him
And-
out of the psych department with you?
I am just gonna take him with me. Sorry, we're just gonna take a little trip really quick. And
Oh,
I'm
I
just gonna...
also, you know what? While I'm here, let's just scoop all of their phones into a bag. Or like into my pockets.
Okay.
Don't need them calling somebody while we're gone.
or their pagers or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, what? All the stuff that they emptied into the center of the room, we're taking that. And it will make its way back to the lost and found in a week or two.
I am very much, once we get out into the hallway, gonna just turn to this guy using nonverbal communication. You are going to direct us to wherever any of your compatriots would be holding our associate. And then I'm gonna just like kind of turn him around and okay. Human compass time.
Are you sure you want to do that, Luca?
I am.
Okay.
What? Why? Why did you ask that though?
You look down the hallway where he points, and at the end of the hallway are two very large nurses. They have white coats on, but these aren't nurses. Their muscles are huge, and one of them literally holds a large syringe in their hand and squirts a little out of it. And the other one cracks his knuckles and just looks at you all and says, Now, you better behave yourself. And with that, we're going to take a break. Hello and welcome back to TPK Roleplay's Madness Calls It Forth, a City of Mist campaign based on Knights of Paynetown. When we last left our adventurers, Ami was out for the count, and Celine decided that she wanted to face off against two asylum nurses. So with that, they come hurtling towards you two. What do you do?
I am going to extend out my bracelet into a long, well, actually, into just like a short sword. And I am just going to engage with them.
I love it. Okay, the one who cracked his knuckles is going to come at you and attempt to knock you out before you get a chance to swing. So I'm going to ask that you roll go toe-to-toe.
Okay. I got a 4.
Okay. You unfortunately try your best to charge this guy. One of your ankle gives out and you come crashing to the ground. And he gets a hold of you. He throws his arm around your neck and he pulls you up against the wall. And you are going to take Restrained 3. Sound familiar? Lexi, what are you doing?
I see that Celine is restrained, and I'm going to try and kick that man in the shins really, really hard.
Okay, please roll a hit with all you've got.
Okay. But hit with all you got. That's a 5.
So much for that long stretch of getting good rolls. Okay. Hey, Lexi. You go for a swing and accidentally hit Celine. And at the same time, you feel something cold enter your upper arm. You are going to take a sedated tag and feel yourself getting rather sleepy. Celine, you are currently, I assume, struggling to get free from this this brute of a man. And what do you do?
I am going to attempt to like get my blade up and like slice outward.
Okay.
Like, because I'm sure he's like holding me. I'm gonna try and get my blade up, and
Yep. I think it's another go toe to toe, so you can try again if you like. Use whatever power tags you feel are appropriate.
4.
Oh, good. Yeah, you try your best, and with a quick and precise snap of the wrist, you feel Excalibur clatter to the ground, and
It clatters to the no.
you are going to take another restrained 3 status, putting that restrained 6. You cannot move.
Oh God, that's painful.
You know how you just recently gagged that guy? I hate to make a bad pun, but you are getting a taste of your own medicine. You are gagged. You feel something sharp enter your shoulder. And before you know it, the 3 of you are out cold. You don't know how long it's been since you were in the halls at the psych department. You find yourselves groggy and in pain. All 3 of you are in straight jackets, and you are alone. The room is white, but like stained old white, almost yellow at this point. There's a very small window about 7 feet above you that peers and gives no light into the darky mist, but through it you can just barely make out snow. The 3 of you find yourselves in separate, padded cells. The silence is almost deafening. Ami, you wake up first. What do you do?
Well, she'll lay there for a second, just staring at the window, and try to see if she can hear, like, outside of the door, or outside of, like, some sort of hole in the door. Just still laying there, not necessarily, like, moving, because she doesn't want to alert anybody that she is conscious.
Mm-hmm.
So she still has her eyes closed and just is trying to listen for something. And that's it at the beginning. She's probably going to sit there for a few minutes and mull over what she can remember.
Mm-hmm.
And be very quiet.
You don't hear a lot. The walls are padded for a reason, and you can't hear outside, and they cannot hear inside. So you wake up, and you are still restrained 3, so you can reduce that if it was higher. And you also have Woozy 1, which is the effects from being sedated That affects all three of you, just because.
Should we undo sedated 4?
Yes, so go down to 3 again. And as you look around, I can open this up to all three of you. You're all separate. You cannot hear each other. You look at the door, and even from this side, you can tell that there is an icy crystallization forming around the outside of the door.
Does it feel significantly colder? Like, am I physically uncomfortable by the cold? Or is it just look like it's getting chillier, like the door frame is freezing?
I would say the room is cold, for sure. It's not like a refrigerator, not like a freezer, but you can tell that there's some mysterious ice that seems to be holding you in. Lexi, what do you do?
Okay, so Lexi doesn't really love... Is she in a straitjacket?
All three of you are, yes.
No, that won't do.
Okay.
Lexi, kind of blinks hard, feels like vomiting for a second, and then kind of whispers to herself and to the presence. All right. If there's any time you can do something absolutely impossible, now's the time to do it. And she's going to breathe really deeply and just, like, thrust her arms down and try to break the straitjacket.
I like it. What move do you think you're trying to do here?
Since it's a story tag, I feel like I'm changing the game.
Okay, then do that. Between your Mythos and your Logos, what do you feel is appropriate?
Kingbreaker, my new one.
Ooh.
Knowing
That's
about
deliciously intriguing, knowing some other backstories. What else?
I feel like the only other one that makes a lot of sense to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, police procedures, like having been restrained before and how to get out of those restraints.
Okay, love it.
And I think those two will do it here.
Okay, change the game. I mean,
wow.
What do we
That's
get?
a 13.
Hell yes. You get juice equal to power. Spend the juice 1-to-1 to create a story tag, burn a story tag, give or reduce a status, scale up the effect, prolong the effects, hide the effect, or any other improvement you and the MC agree upon. I will let you completely break out of your whatchamacallit?
My
Words.
straitjacket.
That one. I cannot do words tonight. Is it a words day or a no words day? You can break out of your straitjacket.
Cool.
How are you getting out of here, though?
I mean, I think the idea is going to be a swift kick to the door or the window.
Okay. Since the only one that seems appropriate here is to take the risk to do an outright stupid feat, why don't you do that?
And she, like, cracks her neck both ways. She gets herself as far away from the door as she can. And she kind of like, let's go! And she's going to shoulder check this door. Death on 2 legs, Kingbreaker. Calculated? Can I get calculated here?
Sure, that makes sense.
Okay. Out we go. And you said take a risk?
Yes, please.
Let's go. So that's a 9. Things get messy.
Okay. I think this is easy. You can break out, but someone will notice.
Okay. I'm going to hold on to that advantage for next time, Sarah. Thank you.
So you smack into the door with almost supernatural strength, and it comes off of its hinges and slides across the other side of the room. You find yourself in the solitary confinement part of the hospital. There are several other rooms near you. You see the little sliding doors that you can open to talk to people inside, and there's like 6 rooms in this hallway. You do notice that one of them is completely covered in a block of ice.
Well, that seems... We'll get to that one last. And Lexi will just start cracking open the slats, going around the room like clockwise or something.
Okay. You eventually find Ami and Celine, who are just now waking up.
I think I made a lot of noise. Y'all need to get out of there.
If you try to break down these walls, I will continue the last one you rolled.
Oh, it's the same.
I'll just
same roll.
It just makes sense that you are already jazzed with the power. You could smack down a couple more doors.
I think it looks different. Like she rammed into the first door, and I think that one is probably the loudest. Mm-hmm. What she does for the other ones is she finds their hinges, and she just like grabs them and twists them like they're made of taffy.
I like that.
And just pops the hinges off the doors from the outside.
I feel like Celine is very much like the straight jacket, just like kind of sits up against the wall. Oh, good. I'm gonna need some help up. Because I'm just sedated still and very much in a straight jacket.
So you're not going to be fully slated. You're going to be groggy. So just take groggy one and take off the sedated one.
Early 40s with my sore joints. But yeah, I'll take it down to 1. Thank you.
If you've still got the straight jacket on, like Lexi grabs you by like under the arms and with like one hand just puts you on your feet.
Okay, Ami. You hear the kind of weird squelch sound as the door melts in Lexi's hands, and you are let free. The almost deafening silence of the solitary confinement, you notice it all separately, but it's freeing. It's really you do not realize just how loud silence is until you've walked out of that room.
Yeah, Ami probably would have at that point been humming to herself anyways, or like something with her eyes closed. So she will hobble up with herself still in the straitjacket and wander out of the door. So obviously,
do now.
The 3 of you find yourself in the solitary confinement ward, and it's at this point that all 3 of you recognize that there is a huge door with a solid block of ice on it. But also you hear some noise from further down the hallway.
We're about to have some company.
For sure.
But I feel like, Ami, the therapists all had like a shard in them, and it looked like glass and it looked like ice. I think whoever's in the deep freeze might
be behind all this.
So are we going deep freeze, or are we going
proper? Does that ice brick, that solid ice, even look passable? Or do we need to go in the other direction even though there's sound coming from it?
I would say that with the right technique, you could probably get rid of the ice. But you need to describe how you do it. Yeah?
Proper. What magnitude of a story tag do you think cell door is?
It's not quite a story tag. What are you trying to do?
Well, I'm not gonna punch through ice with my hand. I'm not an idiot.
Okay.
But I do have 3 doors that I could use.
Here, let's do it this way instead of introducing another story tag. I'll give you advantage. Because you're using the tools around you to smack through the ice.
Proper, I have a very sad question.
What?
Where is Excalibur?
You have not found it yet.
Okay.
Is there like an information desk?
Not around here, but you could definitely go up the stairs. You seem to be in some kind of a basement.
Nah, I won't do that. When Lexi Laffy Taffy the door, did the hinge pop off at all?
What I was doing to the doors, right, is how the hinge sticks off on one side, I just grabbed it and twisted, and
so
that would snap all the metal.
So you didn't remove it off, you just bent it?
Yeah,
no,
I
it is
bent
off.
it so much that it was like off.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab one of those.
Okay.
Yeah, I listen. I'm gonna grab those and kind of like in the idea of like brass knuckles.
Yeah.
Of like holding them and just kind of like pop.
Knowing
that it's probably not going to be insanely helpful, but attempting to kind of like.
Ami.
Yeah.
You can move very fast, right?
Oh, yeah. I can.
Could you perhaps attempt to move fast enough with those knuckles you've improvised to create some friction to melt through this ice?
I can try.
I mean, Lexi was going to try to smack it, so why don't you roll what I assume would be change the game?
Great. 1, 2. I think that rolled twice.
Yep, you changed the game twice, and got an 8 was your highest.
Sick.
So, because there isn't really a story tag for this, what I'll say is, between the two of you, if you can get to a 3, we'll say that you can chip your way through this.
Yeah, so the story tag would be like frozen door. So Lexi carves through the door and is like, or carves through the ice and is like hefting an entire fucking door and just like sets it down for a minute and takes a breather and is like, go, holy shit.
Why don't you do the same, Ami?
Okay.
Let me know any power tag. Do you feel like you feel like it fits here?
Yeah,
and we'll change the game.
I'm gonna use my super speed, and as well as the spatial awareness again, and I think that's it.
Okie doke, go for it.
It's not clicking the power into the thing. Why just do this? Oh, because I'm clicking 2 power and I'm -2 from my effects. Is that
yeah,
why?
make sure you clear your the thing before you try to check 2 new power tags.
Can I also take away restrained 3?
Yes, you should have. I assumed you would have.
Okay.
I assume one of you would have taken the restrained off.
Okay, let me try this again. Super speed. And I'm changing the game.
Correct.
What I'm doing. Or 14.
I don't think you even needed those two, but that works. So what I'll say is that means you can chip your way through the ice, and you said you were moving fast enough that you melted the ice.
Yeah, in my head, think like Sonic the Hedgehog.
I mean, I don't
Only
know if that's how
with
Sonic
my
works, but
fists.
okay. You burn your way through, and the ice trickles out of the doorway, and you're able to unlock the door and make your way inside. Inside, you all you feel your stomach turn. Do you all go in, or does Ami? Does one of you go in alone?
I think we would all go in.
You all enter into a cold, freezer-like solitary confinement, and you feel sick to your stomach. Around you, you see at least 7 or 8 bodies that are frozen, and even gruesomely mutilated. They are, well, like a shrunken apple. Like, they are completely taut. They are firm. They have been dead for quite a long time. And what you'll find is you look around and you see the name tags of some of these hospital employees. And the name tag that sticks out to you is Dr. Esther Monahan.
I'm going to run up to this body and check it, and then just kind of stand and scan the room. I feel like in my mind, I'm looking for some sort of rift or creature or something that did this to all of these bodies.
You know what? I'll give you this one for free. You come to the conclusion, after you look around the room, that this wasn't even a power or a monster. This is purely human.
Huh.
You could attempt to look beyond the mist if you have any powers that may be able to contact the dead or kind of see into people's minds, but I don't think any of you do.
No.
I do.
Oh, what do you have?
Flashes of what was here before, in the sense of like people.
Ooh, I do like that one. Why don't you? Do I make you roll for this? You know what? No, I don't, because there's nothing really makes sense for this. What does it look like when you look into what was here before?
I'm muted. Aside from maybe like the super speed and the like being really fast on her feet, you guys probably would have never seen Ami use many of her powers before. But there are a couple where when she does it, it is likely that her eyes would go completely white, like and cloudy, as if she were like mystic or disappearing somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be in her own mind, so she wouldn't necessarily have any other signal other than that. You would probably just see what would look like eyes roll back into the head, become cloudy, and then like a jerk forward, and then her eyes would be back, and she'd be like, oh yeah, well, that sucked.
So what you see here, it's in this particular cell and in the hallway around you, You dip back, and your vision flickers for a moment until you hear it first. You hear people screaming. You hear someone begging for mercy. And you watch as one of those nurses you saw earlier, not the same one, but they look very similar, big and beefy and definitely not a nurse, hurls a dead body into this room. And with that, you see a woman you don't recognize. But she, what does she look like? Hold on a second. You see a older, chiseled face. She has scars on her face and a collar around her neck, like she is broken out. She is wearing the garb of the criminally insane patients, and she has short hair that's been buzzed many times. And this is a woman who looks beaten, but she is in power in this moment. And so you see as you see one person at the end of the hallway who's still alive, and this woman says to them, "Now what is my name?" And the poor soul on the ground whispers, "You're Dr. Esther Monahan, I understand." And with that, your vision flickers once again, and you see this woman shut the door of the cell behind her. And as soon as she takes her hands off it, ice immediately starts to form crystalline-like on the door itself. I will say that is what you see. That is mostly what you see. The woman that you didn't recognize has got to be in her 90s. Or very nearly there when you saw this vision. And with that, you snap back into focus.
I will share that with my compatriots. So kill it with fire.
But there seems to be no one in this cell alive.
No.
Whoever this Esther Moynihan is, or the person that is now going as Esther Moynihan, or, is no longer here. But we were put here. Popper, am I able to sense where Excalibur is?
You know what? Sure. You can sense it's here in the building. Somewhere upstairs. It's still a long ways off, but it is upstairs somewhere.
I am just going to look at them and say, I need to go upstairs. I cannot leave here without my weapon.
We should devise a plan then. Or get weapons. Okay, Lexi. I mean, I don't have super strength.
Just stand behind me, and she'll hold the door out in front of her.
Okay, it may be the sedative talking, but I actually am in favor of this plan, Ami.
And you've got and she kind of does a little punchy motion.
Yeah, okay.
Give yourself a little more credit. You got this.
Ami will resign herself to following behind, holding her new makeshift baby brass knuckles.
Oh, and if you're gonna hit somebody, get them on the jaw. The way that it snaps, it'll knock them right out.
Check. So don't
Okay.
aim for the nose. I was always
No.
taught aim. No.
Cross jaw.
Sure.
They will black out much faster.
Check.
I don't want to know why you know that, Vermin. The three of you travel down the hallway and sneak up the stairs. And you find yourselves in a very sanitary, very generic, but you can tell that the building is old. It's a mental hospital with several wards, one in either direction. In fact, you are able to sneak in and find the directory that says on the third floor is the special ward. And there's other areas such as the offices, and you see on the board the solitary is listed as the basement. And you have a set of stairs as well as an elevator. The vibe
I think I'm gonna want to take the stairs.
the vibe you're getting for Excalibur is it's still further away, but it's still somewhere in this building.
I'm just gonna stairs.
Okay.
Since taking the elevator in this situation seems like it's just a terrible idea.
Since I have to, can you please roll sneak around for me, and I'll take your roll for everyone's.
Yeah.
How stealthy are we with a big door?
Mhm.
You're carrying around the door still? I must have missed that.
It's the shield. I put it between us and the mean, chunky nurses.
Well, let's just hope Celine
I
doesn't
rolled
get
a 5.
I was going to say let's hope Celine doesn't get a 5, but, I mean, that doesn't help. What I'm gonna do is someone notices you. I believe. Oh wait, no. This is a 5. It's not even a mix. That's not even a partial success. You make it up the stairs, and it is much colder here. As you walk into the third floor of the building, and you can feel that Excalibur is close. It is snowing on this floor. The floor is completely empty. All of the offices have been cleaned out. And you do see one person. And this doesn't look like a human, really. They are void of expression. They are void of color. Like a zombie. They kind of shuffle from room to room. This is very loud music. Let's see. This person looks directly at you. And Celine, they scream. At the top of their lungs, a vicious scream goes off like a landmine. And Celine, you're taking deafened too. as you hear another scream further along the hallway. There's some shuffling from downstairs as you recognize that someone is coming to see what is the problem. What did the three of you do?
I mean, I am trying to get towards Excalibur. That is my like singular goal right now. However, I am also standing behind Lexi and her door, and Ami and her brass knuckles, her hinge knuckles.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like I am going to allow them to act first.
Go for it. Lexi or Ami, what do you want to do?
So, were the screams coming from the same direction?
I think
No,
they're
two
coming
different
from the person.
locations.
Oh, okay.
Scream is from the person, yes.
Yeah.
There's another scream coming from elsewhere on this floor.
Does the person look like it might still be a salvageable human later? Great. Yeet! I yeet the door at this ice person.
Okay, hit them with all you got.
You got it.
We can for sure include large door 1 as a as an item.
Sick. Just give me just a moment to put that on here. That's a tag. That's a story tag. Boom. How do I invoke a tag for a roll?
You press the
hit
plus icon.
plus button. Boom. That'll bring me up to 4. And hit with all I've got.
Correct.
Said. Boom. Wow, that's only a 7, but it is. I think I'm going to. I would like to secure a superior position. I want to open the route for Celine to be able to get where she needs to go.
Okay. And what is the tier 4 status that you're giving them?
Doored isn't an appropriate status, is it? Somebody please help me. That's the only word I can think of.
Slammed? No. Nope. Don't want that one. I was gonna say hammered, also not appropriate. Ajar? Purple coming in hot with a jar?
Let's say incapacitated 4, because they are going to be out for the count.
Let's do that.
So you hurl this door at them. You know what we'll say? If you want a superior position, you come around with a large round swing, smacking them, and they hurtle down the stairs behind you.
Great. Neat.
Celine, you are heading towards Excalibur, ignoring the screaming.
I mean, I am deafened at this point a little bit, so I feel like the initial scream helped me with subsequent screaming. So I'm just, I'm going towards where I can feel Excalibur.
And you find it, but you do not like where you find it. You are in what looks like a very outdated treatment room. A laboratory, one might say. All around you, the floor is scattered with papers and instruments, broken glass. Every window in this room is broken. And there are strange tools and various instruments and very awful things in this room. as you look around, the light from the moon glints off of the shattered glass, and the room is caked in snow. Every corner is filled with it. And in this room, you see a woman. She is in her 90s, but the more you look, the more you think, is she? And she kind of flickers. Oh God, what's happening?
No, it was just the way you said, is she?
I'm trying to be dramatic, y'all.
Somebody clip that.
So sorry.
I can't with y'all. Anyway, she flickers. You see her in one instance as an old woman, the age she probably should be. And in the next instance, you see her as a 40-year-old woman in the looking smart and exactly how you expect a young scientist to look. But whenever she flickers back to 90, she looks old and worn and scarred. She is sitting at a desk with several papers and an old typewriter in front of her. And she looks up at you. She has in her hand Excalibur as a bracelet. And she runs around in circles.
I am going to walk in as if I am walking into my grandmother's office. Just very politely posture back, and I will just do like a polite nod of my head.
And who do we have here?
I don't believe that we need to pretend anymore. But if you insist, Celine Caliburn.
Pleasure to meet you, Celine. This is a
Pleasure
very
to meet you.
powerful relic you have here.
Thank you. I was hoping that I could get it back from you, having grown quite fond of it.
You must have some dark secrets, Ms. Caliburn.
I must.
Everyone in the city does. It is simply the way.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
My name is Dr. Crystal Glass.
Pleasure to meet you.
This is
And
where they
what
did
are
it,
your
you know.
dark secrets? Did what?
My secrets. My regrets. Oh. There are many.
Can I continue stepping into the room? Like just slowly walking up during this conversation?
Sure. You see, Celine, I tried to do the impossible. And with that, she slams her fists into the desk. And I will never forgive myself for those stupid mistakes.
One mustn't be too hard on oneself.
Unfortunately, everyone in the city is. It is his way. I could not end his suffering. And now we all suffer, Ms. Caliburn.
I apologize. I am not sure to what you refer.
Of course you don't. The mist hides it, doesn't it?
I am aware that the mist hides many things. Perhaps you could enlighten me.
What do you do, Ms. Caliburn?
My best.
That's an interesting question. What makes you say that?
Because that is what I do. In everything I do.
Do you believe that, truly? Or is that what you say to make yourself sleep at night?
I do not know. I am no therapist, no doctor. Perhaps it is something I use to sleep at night, but I would like to think that it is true.
Then I doubt you've heard of Corbin Payne.
I have not.
One hell of a man. I met him oh so many years ago when the city was young. And when you do, when she says this, you see her flicker again. She's 40 again. She's 90 again. She's in her early 20s. She is naive and full of hope. And she flickers back to 40 again. He came to me because I thought I could fix him. I thought I could solve problems in this city. I thought I had what it would take to heal his trauma. Boy, was I mistaken. And now, every day, Corbin Payne fills this city with misery. I'll never forgive what I did.
How does he do this?
She'll look down at Excalibur in her hands and look back up at you and say, "Oh, well then, you're so new, aren't you? So young. You barely understand how this city ticks. He controls us simply with every nerve of his being. He is more powerful than you or I will ever know. And because he is sick, he lets everyone in the city feel his pain.
And how do we feel his pain?
Don't you feel it every day? You look at the news. People are bitter. People are angry. And people are miserable. It was easy to exploit those vile rifts. If I can't succeed, then nobody can.
What were you trying to succeed in?
Oh, don't worry. I think I'll have already succeeded.
But you just said that you failed.
I failed Corbin Payne many years ago, when the city was still young, and I thought that I could heal the man who was the city. Have you ever heard the city called Paynetown?
No.
It's mostly lost. When I was a little girl, it was known as Paynetown because he ran the town. He built this city from the ground up. And when the world needed him most, I failed him.
Could you... Is that lost forever? Could you still attempt to help him? Perhaps if you had help.
No. I could not fix him. Most certainly not. He is the reason the city is violent and corrupt. I have tried once.
But you tried alone?
I did.
Perhaps you could try again, but with support.
No. Once you have visited Corbin Payne, you will never find him again. I do not know where he is, and I never will.
I do not know where he is and have never met him. Perhaps we could use that to find him again.
And what would you do, Ms. Caliburn? You're
My
holding...
best.
Your best is not good enough while you still suffer. You have so many questions, I'm sure, and you barely understand where to begin.
Am I at all close enough to, just calmly reach out a hand and just, may I have it back? Or do you intend to keep it from me?
No, I think I've waited long enough. And she will hand you Excalibur.
Celine's just gonna calmly slip it back onto her wrist. And what do you intend to do now if you are abandoning your once goal of fixing this pain?
Fixing this pain is something I no longer care about. No, no, no. I will make those like me suffer. I will make the rifts bleed.
And you are sold on this destructive path. There is no talking you out of it.
A blizzard is coming, Ms. Caliburn. And I don't think You have what it takes to stop it.
There's only one way to find out.
You look around the room, Celine, and Ami and Lexi. I assume you've been waiting in the hallway for Celine.
Literally right outside the door, listening to see if like it becomes aggressive, and then keyed in to go.
Ami and Lexi, you look around the scene as Celine talks, and you notice this isn't just the scene of past experiments. Something was being built here. You can see it in one of the side tables of the lab, where something seems to be removed from cables and wires and various apparatuses. And the two of you, when you enter the scene, have noticed that every window is shattered.
Just out of curiosity, are there any mirrors?
In this room, no, there are not.
Have we seen any mirrors anywhere?
No.
Okay. That's a something. That's certainly something.
Lexi, do you want to do anything?
I think Lexi is not entering the room with the other two. She's probably around the corner in the next room, basically waiting to Kool-Aid Man through the wall as soon as it sounds like it turns violent.
Okay.
Proper, are you waiting for us or vice versa?
I'm waiting for you as I decide what I want to do next.
Oh,
Okay.
I think that Lexi will say something along the lines of, "Is there anything here that gives a reflection?"
She will
have you guys
say that.
entered the room yet?
Ami has, yeah. At least to the doorway.
Lexi will kind of whisper that to Ami outside of the room.
Okay, so I probably don't hear it.
Probably not.
I'm muted. Yeah, I mean, I'm moving into the doorway as Lexi is moving into the other room. So, Ami will kind of step like haphazardly into the room, look to Celine and go, Celine, any chance you have a mirror on you? I need to fix my eyeliner.
Legit, Celine is going to take a few seconds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just sedative, still like, did she, what? Like, this is not, I know she's young, but.
I need a
yeah, no, like I'll take like a split second, because obviously like the mind works a little faster than that, but like there will be a split second where I'm like, do you see where we, just, and then it's like, oh, okay.
To be fair, you will see on Ami's face her attempt at like, I mean, she's probably got a black eye or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's like not. She's like.
I am just going to
see
just
the
kind of like stand, just casually with a hand, like not super visible. And it is going to form a very reflective and shiny battle axe, where the entire side is just glistening and very reflective. And just definitely holding it behind my back so that you can see that, Ami and Lexi. And just going to look back at Crystal and say, I don't suppose we can talk you out of this.
Are you trying to talk her out of this?
I mean, I feel like thus far I've been trying to be like, hey, join our team. We'll take down Mr. Payne Face and become the big damn heroes. But she's very much like not about that.
Okay. So when anyone tries to heal or comfort Crystal Knight for the first time in this series, I give... Sorry, I said Crystal Knight because that's supposed to be her name, but I got it wrong. Whenever someone speaks to Crystal Glass, which makes no sense, I give her the tier 6 status, the Dolorous Stroke. And you will need to heal that before you can even convince her to do things for you.
Okay.
I did not catch what the status was.
Dolorous.
Dolorous?
I believe I'm saying it right. Dolorous.
Dolorous.
Dolorous. There we go. So close.
Oh. Okay.
And the second word was?
Stroke.
Oh.
Okay, so would that have become clear to me that upon talking to her when I was like, maybe we could form a... Oh, no! Uh-oh.
We are going to take a quick break while we get back our friend. Hello and welcome back to Madness Calls It Forth. We had a bit of a technical issue and now we are back with our very tense scene that definitely wasn't interrupted in any way. What do you want to do, players?
So, DM,
Mm-hmm.
I would like to stop holding back. As I look at her, I am going to extend, like sliding the, like giving up on the whole like axe thing. I'm going to just bring my hand forward and extend my bracelet into a long sword, kind of pointed like flat up on the table in front of her. Hoping to God this will work. I would like to stop holding back and call her as a knight to my table.
Interesting.
And I will just say, Crystal, we have important work to do. Will you join us and our cause?
Interesting. So, this isn't going to affect your role, but it is going to affect you for now. She looks at you as soon as you start to form Excalibur. And as you finish talking, you are filled with an existential dread. Tell me, how does Celine feel with a self-hatred 4 status?
Okay. Content warning. that she's made wrong. That her love and her care for Lexi when she was younger is in fact a perversion. That she was never fit to be what she should for her family because she can't do what is needed to live out the marry and produce heirs to the empire.
And how does that affect your feeling for your connection with Excalibur?
Honestly, I think it grows it, because alone with the burden of duty.
Okay. You, as this wave of emotions that you know directly is coming from Crystal, you swallow that hatred. And sure, you still feel it, but you can feel the power of Excalibur coursing through you already. Please roll to stop holding back. That is 2d6 plus 3 for your 3 logos cards.
Do I dare roll on roll 20? Hold on. Nope. 2d6?
Correct.
I'm going to use my gay dice.
Please do.
A 6 and a 3?
It's a 9 plus 3, so that is a 12.
Ah,
This is a no return, stop holding back. I need you to mark fade or crack and burn all of the power tags on one of your themes. I feel like it makes the most sense to do it on Excalibur because
yeah, that's what I'm doing.
that's what you were trying to do.
Yep.
However, because it's a 10 plus, it does succeed. And you watch as the veneer of hatred, of self-hatred, strips away from Crystal Glass. And for a moment, you feel like you've connected to her as a person, as a rift.
Proper. I'm going to look at her and I'm going to say, night, rise, and take your place among us.
Now, this would be far more exciting if I had called her the correct name by
I'm
Dr.
fixing it for you. That's her name now.
Oh, I love it. I love it. The newly crowned Dr. Crystal Knight rises from her chair and tells you, Celine, and you know this intuitively from your bullshit detector, that she was telling you the truth. How much do you know about me?
All that I need to.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
I feel I have done something truly horrific. And I cannot stop it now.
We will work together to fix what we can.
Is there anything you want to know from her about the secrets that she holds that you do not understand?
I mean, Yeah, a whole bunch, but I don't know if we need to do it live. But like, if you want,
You feel that this feeling is fading. So you should ask her what you need to know now.
can I phone a friend?
Yeah, open up to the table. What do you think we need to know?
Over the table. Guys, what do we need to know? I wanna know what she thinks she's done that she cannot fix. Most importantly, because that seems the most urgently dangerous.
I also want to know about Mr. Payne. Here's the thing about urgent danger. Urgent danger will arrive, and I will throw myself at it like a fucking bottle rocket. Easy. Long-term stuff, knowing who this Mr. Payne is,
Okay.
seems to me like stuff we might not be able to get anytime soon again.
Okay. Chrissy?
I was going to go also with the Mr. Payne route, and identifying if this is going to stop the therapist groups, the people, like if her stopping is going to stop, like, you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like, are we stopping the mass attempt at attacking all of the rifts, or are we just like putting a band-aid over a gushing wound? Like, not, you know what I mean? Like, is this like, or is this going to continue because other people are doing that? You know what I mean? Like, what's happening with that?
Yeah. Okay. Proper. I would like to ask her to share what the imminent danger that we have to look out for, but mainly like everything she can share with us about Mr. Payne, since she can never find him again. Maybe we can, and then also, hey,
Okay.
have your therapist psycho killer stopped.
What I told you was true, Ms. Caliburn. Corbin Payne was the city. He built it. Look hard enough and you will find his name everywhere. But he was struck down. And some say he did it to himself. Some say it was his Mythos manifesting. I do not know. But when I came to him, it was too late already. I could not cure his terrible, terrible pain. And the more that he succumbed to it, the more powerful it made him. Do you know what an avatar is?
Conceptually, yes.
He was just like us, and slowly his mythos consumed him. He is no longer a man. He is pure story. The worst kind of story. Suffering and misery. You think the mist controls the city. He has power unimaginable, because every avatar like him refuses to make a difference. Sure, it's in their best interest in their own way, but none dare deal with him. You know what? Do I do this now? Hold on. No. What you need to know is that everyone in this city has a secret pain. But It can be cured with enough attention and time, but it's not easy. Corbin Payne's, well, his secret pain is immeasurable, and you cannot intend to fix him without fixing that in yourself first. But I've said too much. I'm sorry. It's too late already. And you wanted to know what the immediate danger was. And she doesn't have time to tell you, because you hear it first. A piercing screech, louder than a tornado siren, fills the city. And with it goes every pane of glass in the city. You look out the window to see where the sound is coming from, and you watch as the towers from downtown disintegrate. Every window breaks into 1,000 tiny shards, and it floods the city with snowflake glass. You can hear the riots already. And the glass floats on the wind towards the asylum. It creeps down every street, and and you can feel it tingling already. It makes you cough. You are in a blizzard of hate. And with that, Crystal collapses into her chair again and sobs. I'm going to end this session here. You still have a lot more to investigate and a lot more to learn. And because you decided to stop holding back, I gave you the slightly better of the two possible endings. But it's something that's going to affect the game moving forward. I don't have an epilogue this particular episode, but you feel it, every one of you. The city is filled with a hatred that you have never known. Murder and theft skyrocket around the city. And well, it came just a little bit too late to fix things. We ended with a bang last time, but that was a lot. So for now, why don't we go around and you can tell everyone where we can find you online, and if you want to, what your character is doing in the days and weeks following the incident. What happens to Dr. Crystal Knight? And what happens with your character? Luke Locke, you're first.
Hi, I'm Luke Locke, and tonight I played Celine Caliburn, or Excalibur. And I feel like in the midst of upheaval, Celine is doing her best. She is organizing clinics. She is handling outreach. She's trying to keep some sort of organization within the city as it just goes wild. She would absolutely set up her night with somewhere to live and also some sort of care, visiting her frequently, as well as checking in on Ruben and his new position. I assume his new security position would be well needed in this chaos. So he will feel very useful and be very well paid. And that is what Celine is doing these coming weeks.
Okay. You find you need to completely restrain Dr. Crystal Knight because soon after the incident downtown, she is back to her way. She is certainly not cured, but you can keep her contained. Ami. Or sorry, Luca, did you want to advertise anything you're doing soon?
Hi, everybody. You know where I am. Check out TPK schedule. I'm here.
It's rough to do that kind of thing right now. I love really pulling in the emotions. Ami, what's up?
Yeah, Ami would have immediately left there and beelined directly to her grandmother's brownstone, making sure that she was safe and everything was reinforced with safety, probably even running that past Celine to make sure that she was kind of like protected, assuming that people were coming for people with money, wanting to make sure she was safe. She probably would have grabbed as much of her computer gear as possible, thrown it into her car, and went immediately to the bar in an attempt to hunker down kind of like in a spot that is always accessible to people now, rather than being by herself in her own apartment. So she would have definitely collected her things. And in the downtime, she would be starting up in a couple of different ways. So she probably would have been with Celine, helping, volunteering, sending the money that she was filtering from her family's estate to any number of like clinics or needs, even though I know not necessarily like the Caliburns don't need it, but making sure that like the churches are getting money, like whatever spots that Celine might not have thought to hit, that's where Ami is sending things. And she's going to start a kind of like on a tour network, a message board for riffs, in an attempt to rally the troops in a positive way rather than negative. Kind of like a opposite support group.
You find that there is a lot of pushback for this particular attempt. You find a group of people that are willing to help you, but for every one of those, there's one or two who this affects them almost more deeply because of who they're connected to. Their mythos thrives on the hatred, and you get a lot of negative feedback, as well as viruses and spam, and you struggle to keep it up and running, and you make connections where you can, but you find this is particularly difficult.
She would 100% continue to do it.
Good. Anything you want to advertise before we move over to Vermin?
Yeah, I mean, same thing. Exclamation point schedule. It's module week, so you'll see me again tomorrow and on Thursday. And in all the things. Your turn, Vermin.
All right. So I think immediately after the scene that we got, we see Lexi just like give a look to Celine. She like goes in for a kiss on the cheek. Don't know if that happens, but like she legs it and she spends time on the street like stopping the worst crimes she can find. Not necessarily like theft. Like if people are looting grocery stores or like rioting or things like that, she doesn't do anything about that. But she looks for murders and violence, and she puts herself in between people who are going to cause serious harm to each other, and that goes on for a couple days. And she realizes that she can't keep doing it. We see an image of her like looking extremely tired. We get an image of her like pulling up her shirt at one point, and you can see that she has bruised and injured ribs. And so she does something that she didn't expect herself to do. We see her reach out to her father's gang. And I think maybe even she goes to her dad to try and get help, like making the streets safe from this like wellspring of violence. And they're not necessarily the most trustworthy people, but she knows that they're afraid of her dad. I am Legendary Vermin. You can find me as Legendary Vermin on all the places that matter. That's Itch, Twitch, and Twitter. I am pumping out updates to an older game called Aethernet, which is occultech science fiction horror. It's really messy and meaty writing. So if freaky cyber horror is your thing, go check that out.
If you or anyone you know is suicidal or in emotional distress, please reach out to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. The number is up on the chat right now, and you can visit apa.org for more information on mental health services and resources in your area. This was a very tough episode, and I'm very, very proud of my players for handling it so well. I am Proper Nerdy. I'm a TPK staff member, role player, game master, and designer. If you want a much, much kinder game, you can check out Generational on Itch. It's a storytelling game about the world through the people who lived in it. And it can be as dark or as light as you like, so hopefully you get to refresh yourself after this very dark episode. Things are only going to get darker and more difficult, so I hope you're ready for that. You will see us here again in 4 weeks, so I hope you get a chance to join us again, and we'll see what happens after a city in turmoil. A blizzard of hate. Shore is cold. Have a good night, all.